Okay, recording's on. That's good. John will be happy with me now. Okay. How is everybody?
Good. Although
you continue.
I heard an
okay.
although.
No, I was madly trying to go through some of the things that we did, and realizing that I'm going to have to spend a lot of time going through it because you made it look very easy, and my brain and grey cells not being as in working order. A lot of it I've forgotten. I was trying one thing that I would ask you about. I was trying the sort of text outlining and seeing whether I could put it apart. And you were using the hand, but I couldn't kind of get either selection. I couldn't get the letters to I forgot how you were changing the shape of letter outlines.
Well, let's start with going back over that this morning, because it is actually something that people really like. It's very effective, but also I found before people don't necessarily pick up on the process. It's a tricky little process, so don't worry about it. As to this is going to take a long time. Well, did you ever play the piano?
Chopsticks.
Yes, okay. So I was given piano lessons sort of forcibly when I was young, and I hated it. And I was always told 10 minutes a day, just do it 10 minutes a day, which I loathed. And in fact, my brother and I had decided one day that we would tell my mother we had to be left alone while we were practicing. We were artistes, we couldn't be disturbed. And we recorded on our old reel-to-reel tape recorder a 10-minute practice session. We used to go sit in there and read comics and play back the recording. And it took my mother about 6 months to realize that we hadn't improved. And she came in one day and caught us. But InDesign is similar in that if you just pick it up a little bit each day and just play around with it a bit, you'll find it sticks. And it's painless. And it does take a while, but it won't take long. Probably less time than you think. And if you then look back 6 months later, you will be amazed at how fast you're using InDesign now, how familiar you've become with some things that pump some parts of it. And of course, there'll always be parts that elude you. There are always parts that elude me. There's some things I still don't know about InDesign. But the more you use it, even if you just use it a little bit every day, it sticks and it keeps on sticking, and you find you pick it up.
Yes. I have a bunch of friends, and we've been meeting on Zoom, and we had a write a limerick challenge. So I was trying to see whether I could, and I can import it, but then, yeah, you're right. I'm learning, and I was going to try and reformat it.
I should have asked by now more detail about what the two of you do, so that we can sort of tailor today towards what you actually need to know. So who wants to go first?
Well, Mark, sorry to interrupt. There's just something that's come up quickly. So I just perhaps while we're doing the introductions, could I just sort this out something on my computer if that's okay? I'll go on mute.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Whatever works.
Thank you. I'll just need 5 minutes if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm retired, basically. I'm a retired physiotherapist, and I call myself a merry widow. I have a 27-year-old son who lives about 150 meters down the road with a bunch of Italian friends.
Right.
So that's quite fun. But I'm an amateur photographer, so I use Photoshop. And one of the reasons why I think I do everything high resolution is I shoot in RAW. So everything on my photograph it's in high resolution. And I don't know what you think of this method, but I have to design. I volunteer. I don't get any payment for this, but I volunteer to do rotator images for a church website. and I can use my photographs, but I have to put text on the top, and that's kind of what I do. But what I end up doing is doing it in InDesign because it's a vector text, and it just if I do it in Photoshop, put the text in Photoshop, it just looks fuzzy, it pixelates.
Right.
But I find that you're right, and I realize now why InDesign seems to double the size of the files that I put in. So if I put in a reasonable sized image, the whole file comes out like double the size. So I had to go into Photoshop to take the image down to the size that I actually wanted.
Right. Right.
And I don't know whether that's sensible or not, but for example,
what's the final output for putting the images on the church website?
Well, it's a 16:9 ratio image, basically, with text on it, and it's about 2,000. I cut it down from about 5,000 pixels across width to about 2,000 before I upload it. Otherwise, it's ridiculous. It don't need to be nearly that big a file. Otherwise,
sure.
But yeah, I mean, even if I put an image in at 2,000 and create a new document of the size that I want, it comes out a lot bigger than a bigger file than I actually need it. So I reduce it in Photoshop. It's easy.
So are you finally working with a PDF, or because you can't?
No, I put it up in JPEG or PNG.
A JPEG, okay. Now, if you're going to do it as a JPEG, then the text is going to be turned into pixels anyway.
Yeah, and it still comes up a whole lot sharper than if I do it in Photoshop.
Now, on screen in Photoshop, it's going to look fuzzy because Photoshop's display really is only happy working with pixels, so it's going to immediately pixelate any text you put on. But in fact, the text is vector when you first apply it.
Yeah.
And if you're outputting it as a JPEG, then the end result, then it doesn't make any difference whether you do it in Photoshop or in InDesign. If you keep the text layers separate until you've finally figured out exactly what size you want everything to be, and then you flatten those layers together and save it as a JPEG, you should get exactly the same result out of Photoshop that you're currently getting out of InDesign. However, it's easier to work with text in InDesign. InDesign is Adobe's flagship text layout, text program. Photoshop is not, and I've always found Photoshop's a bit lumpy for working with text. In fact, I've just been working on an ad this morning, which has got a background image, and on the right-hand side of the image, there's a sort of slightly transparent white panel, which is going to hold most of the text, and then the heading is big white text that runs across the image on the left-hand side. Now, I could have built the whole thing in Photoshop, but I'm not. I've done all the photo processing in Photoshop, then I've brought it into InDesign, and I'm applying all the text in InDesign. The translucent panel is done in Photoshop. That's easy enough to do. Just a white, rectangle filled with white, made slightly transparent. That's fine. I don't need to do that in InDesign. I could have done it, but the text is just always easier to do in InDesign. I've got more tools. It's easier to fine tune everything. Photoshop's lumpy.
No, that's why I do it in InDesign, and I'm actually doing the transparency in InDesign because I can shift the text box around. So I would do everything barring the image in InDesign and just import the image that I want.
I think that's a good idea, and then you're expert.
And I don't flatten the image, so I'm not. So that may be why I'm getting. Are you saying that that's the way not to flatten the image, not to not to export it out of InDesign as a JPEG.
No, actually, I probably would. I'd either take it out as a JPEG or a PNG. And JPEGs will only support one layer of information anyway. So if you export
Yeah.
it to JPEG, your image and your text get flattened together and out they go. Same with a PNG, it's not a multi-layer file format. PNGs can be a little bit better. They support vector a little bit better than JPEGs, and also you can apply transparency to a PNG, which you cannot do to a JPEG. You'd have to apply the transparency perhaps in Photoshop, and then render it down as a JPEG. But whatever was transparent will end up appearing as opaque white, which you probably already know. With a PNG, that's not the case. You could have a PNG that faded into transparency on one side, and it will allow whatever background you put it on to show through. The downside is that PNGs are not compressed file formats in the same way as JPEGs. And if you put a PNG, well, you export as a PNG, it's invariably going to be a much bigger file. So wherever you can, I'd say do it as a JPEG because it's going to be smaller. And the other thing is, in terms of the file size that you're ending up with, it's going on a website. Are most of the people who look at this website going to do so on desktop screens or TVs or what?
Any and all, basically, from small phones to 27-inch
Right.
iMac. I mean, I seriously doubt that anybody looks at it on a television, but I mean, who knows?
I think really that you have to sort of think of a range that that you're going to build for. You can't build for everything. That's just a tiny phone screen and a huge 45-inch TV screen now. That's asking a bit too much.
Yeah.
So I think if you assume that perhaps most people are going, if they're going to sit back and read it, they're probably going to be looking at it on a desktop screen, a nice iMac screen or something like Dell, whatever. In which case, you don't need to build it bigger than that.
No.
And the problem is when you bring it in from Photoshop, where you've sized it, and of course you can physically make the image bigger or smaller on the InDesign page, but you can't change the number of pixels in that image. And that's what determines the file size. But you can, of course, do that in Photoshop. So the best thing would be to figure out what size it's going to appear on the website. How big? How much of the screen does it occupy? Therefore, on a nice high-res iMac screen, how many pixels does that represent? Now, you may have already done this. And build the image to that number of pixels. And then you know that you're making it you're fine-tuning it as far as is possible. And when
no, I mean, I know that I'm off the top of my head, I'd have to look it up. It's as I say, the finished image has to be a 16:9 ratio, and it's about 1,300 pixels across. I tend to push it up to 2,000. Just, I don't know, I could cut it down smaller, but it's that sort of ratio and size that I'm importing into InDesign that somehow manages to. And I realize it's not doing anything to the image. It can't, but it's 30. Yeah. So
the difference between those two is actually huge. Between
so I could cut it down more.
1,300 and 2,000. I'll give you an example. Let's say that the screen is 850 pixels tall. Just pick a number out of the air. So I've just got my little calculator open in front of me. So if I do 850 multiplied by 1,300, then the result is 1,105,000. If I do 850 multiplied by 2,000, then it's 1,700,000. So there's a big difference. And that's going to be reflected in the file size.
Right.
So if you know that you don't need more than 1300, then you're really going to be helping yourself if you don't bring images in that are any bigger than that.
Yeah.
When you save an image as a JPEG
So,
in,
I mean, the other thing I should do probably, I mean, because I take the photographs, the majority of my photographs, the images are from things that I've taken, but I shoot in RAW, so all my images are very high resolution, big. Now, clearly, that's ridiculous. You can't use a 64 megabyte image. It has to be, radically reduced. But at the same time, I mean, from what you were saying yesterday, I'm probably going at far higher resolution than I actually need. So if I took it down to 100, that's more than adequate.
Well, if it's going to be looked at on the screen, then screens are built to a maximum res of 96.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And if you printed it out on a LaserJet or inkjet printer, they can only hand incoming resolution of 144 dpi. Well, they output at some, vast resolution. I mean, inkjet prints look like as good as photographic prints, don't they? Nevertheless, the incoming data, if it's any bigger than 144 dots per inch, they just sort of throw it away. They can't deal with it. They can't output any higher resolution. So in fact, a resolution of 144, if we're looking at it as a print off an inkjet printer, looks like a photographic print. Our eyes tell us it's great.
Yeah. So I can. So in fact, if I significantly reduce the resolution, that would reduce the file size anyway. Hugely. Yeah. So that probably is, other than cropping it to the, or reducing the size, so I get cropping it to the right ratio and reducing the and then, sorry, I'm using my headphones. They just fell off. Yeah, no, so I see what I could do, and that presumably would negate me having to go back into Photoshop to reduce the size of the file.
Yes, though actually I'm going to recommend that you do that, because there's another way that you can help this along as well. Now I need to backtrack a bit. First of all, you're shooting in RAW. Are you doing the initial processing in Lightroom or Adobe Camera Raw in Photoshop?
The latter.
Adobe Camera. Okay, so open up the.
I use Bridge to import, and I mean, I never save the change. I always save RAW as RAW, and save as a copy, Photoshop or whatever.
Right. Okay. If you've got Camera Raw open, then and actually, I'm just going to open it because if I can see it in front of me, I can talk through it more accurately.
Yes.
But bear with me just a second.
Sure.
Because this is actually one of my favorite areas. I shoot in RAW. I use Lightroom and Adobe Camera Raw. They're both great as far as I'm concerned. So I'm just going to open up. Do you use a Nikon or a Canon, or what's your weapon of choice?
Nikon.
Nikon, absolutely, yeah. In fact, I've got an ad coming out in Nikon User Magazine fairly soon for a bunch of online courses I'm doing, showing people how to do editing, because I know a lot of photographers just use Lightroom, and it's a nice piece of kit. It's a really good piece of kit, especially for organizational stuff. But
I know, and I'm not good at that. It takes, I'm too lazy and frustrated.
Hey, I have my moments with that as well, I've got to tell you. Oh, let me just see. I'm trying to find a RAW file. I think all of them are, because they're so big, I tend to keep all the RAW files on an external hard drive, which is in a different room. So
yeah, me too. So, there's no way I store my photographs on my computer.
Okay. When you open a RAW file in Adobe Camera Raw, there's a little line of type at the bottom of the screen underneath the image. Normally, people don't bother with it, and it just sort of says what the picture is and what you took it with, stuff like that. If you click on that, it opens up a window where you can check a box that says open as a smart object.
Okay.
Then all you need to do when you've done your raw processing is click open, and it will open a version of that image. It's not going to be your original raw file. That's safe. You don't have to copy it.
Right.
You're getting a different image imported into Photoshop. And the thing about smart objects, and do you know about smart objects in Photoshop?
Not
Okay.
really. I've heard about them.
A smart object is kind of an advantage because it means that what you do to it is now non-destructive. You can change the edits you've made to it. So if you have a smart object on a layer, and you can easily convert any layer in Photoshop to a smart object, you right-click on it and just choose Convert to Smart Object from the list. If you then applied a filter to it, it's called a smart filter. And it'll do what it normally does, but it will have a sort of sub-layer on the layer in the layers window that you can double-click on and go back into the filter and change it and change what it's doing to the image. There's also a little eye icon next to it in the layers window. You can actually turn it on and off if you decide you didn't want it after all. You can just bin it straight away, all without affecting the original image.
Right.
The other big deal about that is that if you've imported an image as a smart object, you can take it back into Camera Raw and continue to edit it in Camera Raw. And then you can bring it back into Photoshop and play around with it there. And if you decide eventually, oh, you've got it just how you want in Photoshop, then you can render it as whatever you want it to be in Photoshop. You're still working with a multi-layer file, but there's one big thing that you may or may not be doing. A RAW file is 16 bits deep. And a JPEG can also be 16 bits deep, but it's a huge waste of space.
Yeah.
So what you should do is go to Image, Mode, and at the bottom of the list there, tell it to be 8-bit. Once it's in Photoshop, just tell it to be 8-bit.
8-bit. Okay.
And that reduces the number of potential colors to a range of about 16.8 million. Now that might sound, whoa, that's a lot. Yeah, it is. But when it was 16-bit, your range was 281,000 billion colors.
Yeah, you can't see it.
Exactly. It's a big room to throw colors around in. And the file size is big as a result. That's why RAW files are so big.
Right.
Because they're 16-bit. So if you've got your image looking how you want, then you change it to 8-bit, you won't see any changes in the color of the image at all. Because a range of 16.8 million colors still means every color that we could ever wish to see is going to be there. So it won't change. Then you save it as a JPEG, or you save it as you size it using image size to whatever you think is appropriate. You put your text on the top of it. You flatten the layers. You say, well, no, you don't do that. You won't put the text on top of it. You'll save it as a JPEG in Photoshop and then import it to InDesign.
Yeah. Okay.
And then put the text in.
Yeah. Okay. So that, yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that I will try that. I have to do another rotator for this weekend. So yeah.
There's actually another step which is probably the biggest of all in terms of file size. And I tell people to do this, and it amazes me that everybody doesn't do it, because it is the key, the secret to reducing the file size without reducing the quality. So when you save an image as a JPEG, you've got a choice of quality level in Photoshop. You've got a range of 0 to 12. And 0 is rubbish. Now, most people, to reduce the file size, decide, oh, they're going to save it at 10 or 9 or 8 or something like that.
Yeah.
Don't. Save it at 12 every time.
Yeah.
Then you go to InDesign, you put your text on it, you export it as a JPEG, which you're already familiar with doing.
Yeah.
Then reopen it in Photoshop.
Yeah.
And then you go to, we just find, File, Export, Save for Web Legacy.
Okay, so file, export.
Save,
Okay,
save for web legacy. Now, when
file.
Adobe put the word legacy after something, it implies they've come up with something better, and soon this one's going to wave bye-bye and we'll never see it again. In fact, the word legacy has been tagged onto that save the web command for years, and they still haven't replaced it, and I think they don't have anything to replace it with yet.
Hmm.
So it's still pretty good, and hopefully
Yeah.
when they do replace it, they'll figure out something better anyway. But if you click on Save for Web, it opens another window, and you can choose 2 up or 4 up. I'd say 2 up is probably good, and it gives you a copy of the image left and right. The one on the left is your original image, and down below it, it will have a file size. Now, don't worry about how huge that file size is. That file size is actually how big the image would be if you saved it as a TIFF. You can ignore it.
Right. Yeah.
The one on the right is the one that it's called Optimize. And there's a panel down the right-hand side of this window. And up near the top, you can choose between JPEG, PNG, GIF, and Windows bitmap. Don't choose Windows bitmap. It's just unbelievably horrible. But you want to choose JPEG. Directly to the right of that, there's a quality slider. Set it at 60. And then look at what it's done to the file size underneath that image. Now that will be an accurate file size, and you can go back and check in Finder to see what your actual JPEG file size was and compare the two.
Good.
It'll be about a third of what it was before, and
Right.
you won't be able to see the difference.
Fine.
It's incredible. It is actually reducing the quality of the image very, very slightly, but so slightly that the idea is on a website, on a desktop monitor, you won't be able to see the difference.
Right.
And it's incredible. And
I
then,
will try that, definitely.
good. Once you're done with that, that's all you need to do, just that bit at the top.
Just that. So I don't need to. Okay.
Tell it where you want to save it. It'll create a new image. It won't overwrite the old one. And if you've got an image called tree in field, perhaps, it will put a hyphen between tree and in and field. So you'll have a separate image with that name.
Okay.
And that is the one that you want to put on the website.
Super. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's a really good method, actually. It's great. I've got to say, Photoshop is my favorite program of all time. Absolutely love it. And there's still loads in Photoshop that I have no idea how to do it, but hey, it's great, and I really enjoy using it.
Yeah. It's, once you get used to not always working on a copy so that you don't destroy the original file.
Good.
Or, yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Laura's back.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I'm back now.
Hi, Laura. Did you
Hello.
get done what you needed to get done?
Kind of, yes. I mean, I would also, I will have to drop out, unfortunately, between 1:45 and 2:15 today. But other than that, I'm all here now.
Okay, well, we'll try not to cover anything really good in that time.
Yeah, it's like the rest of the course won't make sense unless you have something in that half hour. That'd be good.
Cool. Right, so let me just move a couple of bits of paper around here. Okay, so well, I enjoyed that. Thanks. I didn't expect I'd go marching off into Photoshop today. I quite enjoyed that.
No.
So I'm going to go back to it here. Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah. Felicity, I guess you're totally okay with how to export what you need to export from InDesign as a JPEG, yeah?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Laura, I don't know if that's something that you ever need to do.
What update to what you're doing in Photoshop?
No, actually, it's just that if you've got an image that you've brought in, say, from Photoshop, and you've put text on top of it in InDesign, if you then want to, you could export the two together as a single JPEG, as an image.
Oh, yeah.
It's dead easy to do. I'll just quickly go through that. So I'm going to make a new document, Command N, and I don't
Yeah.
really care what it looks like, so I'm just going to click Create. So there it is. And then I'm going to import an image. So let's see, oh, I got my images. Bear with. Well, okay, great. There's miscellaneous images. Stonehenge, my favorite. You ever seen Stonehenge with a sky like that?
Nope.
Nope, that's an Indonesian volcanic eruption.
Cool.
Imported to Wiltshire via Photoshop, of course. So then
Yeah.
if I put text on top of that, now I'm going to make the text over here. I'll just fill that with placeholder type because it's easy. There we go. And I'll pop that on the top. Then select them both. File, export, and here are my choices. And one of them is JPEG. And that's all there is to it. When you choose JPEG, you tell it what you want to call it, you tell it where you want to put it. So I'll put it in a similar kind of place. I'll put it right here. Save. Then it asks you this stuff. What quality do you want? Now, you don't get the same range here that you do in Photoshop. You've only got 4 quality levels. I invariably try and head for maximum. Resolution, what resolution do I want it to be taken out at? What color space do I want to use? Things like that. Do I want to embed a color profile? Now that's a tricky little thing. Watch what happens to this if I change it to CMYK. That's a different profile altogether. A profile is, the idea is that it's going to be an invisible set of commands tagged onto the image that you don't ever get to see. And it's going to help the image behave properly at the next stage. So in the case of a CMYK image, probably the next stage is print. This is a profile that will help it print the way that I want it to. If I choose RGB, of course, that's not a print destination. Now it's asking me, do I want, well, it's not asking me. I've already got a profile set, sRGB in this case. Incidentally, Felicity, you mentioned sRGB yesterday.
Yeah.
The difference between RGB and sRGB is actually sRGB is a slightly optimized panel for web. So it's not got as many colors in it as RGB. Now, RGB has got 16.8 million potential colors in it. sRGB doesn't have quite so many. It covers the same range, the same width, but it's only got sort of every third color. So it's still got way more than we need. Our eyesight can actually only pick up about 30,000 colors. Even if you were Rembrandt at the peak of his career, that's all you could pick out individually with the naked eye. So it's way over the top, which means it's absolutely fine. And it also tends to be a little bit pumped up color, so things look a little bit more vivid in sRGB than they would otherwise. Anti-alias means that things have a very, very, very slightly softened edge. Now, if my JPEG is already fine, the image is okay, and I want the text to really be sharp, I might turn that off. And that'll help the text be a little bit sharper. And I could say, I just want the selection. I don't want pages. That would give me this whole page as a JPEG, which I don't want. I just want the selection. And then I could export it, and that would give me my JPEG. There's a few handy resolutions that it wants you to pick one from. If this is going to print, I choose 300. If it was going on a website, I would choose that one, 96. If I was sending it to somebody as a PDF that they could look at on screen, but I thought they might also want to print it out and see it looking reasonable, I'd use that. And the text will be reasonably sharp doing it like that. But if you're looking at it on screen, you won't see any difference between these two, because your screen is 96 dpi, and anything more than that, well, it was there, but we never got a chance to see it because your screen can't show it to you. So if the image is big enough and the resolution set to 96, it's going to work on a website. But the key thing is make sure the image is physically the size that you want it to be on the website. So in Photoshop, you should save it at the size you want it to appear at 96 dpi, and that is the size that it will display at in a browser.
Okay.
And that's how you export something like this as a JPEG. Dead easy. Now, while I've got an image on the page, you can pick up colors from it if you want. So here in my swatches window, I've got a range of colors, including that gold that I added yesterday. But if I want to pick up, say, one of these colors from the sky or the grass or the stones, I would use the eyedropper tool, this one. Not the color theme tool, I'll show you that in a minute, but the eyedropper tool first. And the eyedropper is currently empty. And if I put it over the top of this image and click, now it's filled. And that color that I clicked on is now showing up as my fill color. It will show up as whichever one of these is on top. And if I go to swatches, there it is again. And if I click on the options button and say new color swatch, there it is. Now this is an RGB image, so it's picked it up as an RGB color. But if I want, I can convert it right here to CMYK, and that's it in CMYK. And then I could add it to my swatches window, which is really handy. But possibly even better is this one, the color theme tool. And if you've got an image on the page and you want to pick up, say, the 5 commonest colors in that image, all you've got to do is click on it anywhere. And those are the 5 commonest colors in that image. And if I click on this little arrow, I've got some variations on the theme. If I click on this icon, it will add those 5 colors as a group, a color group, in my swatches window. And they'll already be CMYK like that. This icon here will give you a color group. It's like a layer group in Photoshop. It allows you to simplify the contents of the window. You can put colors into it. I can drag this one into it just by doing that. And it's now inside that. And you can open it up and close it as you wish. So that's a really useful tool. If you clicked on that, it would add all these to the CC library, which I'm not going to bother doing, but usually these two are the most useful. I'm surprised they haven't added the color theme tool to Photoshop yet, because it would be very useful there too, but they haven't. You have to come into InDesign to do it. There's another.
But it still shows up. If you do it in InDesign, it would still show up in your library if you added it.
Yeah, if you added them to your CC library, they'd show up there. And also, if you wanted to use those colors in another InDesign document, you could open up a library. So I think I've already got a library there, that one. And I could just drag that into, no, I can't. Let's see, I know what I'd have to do. I would have to make a few little, 6 little boxes. So here's another little tip. I'm going to click and drag and draw a square. Okay, there's my little square. Now I'm going to hold down the command key at the same time, and I'll click on the up arrow. I think I've got to do it first, actually. Yeah, I do. So let me ignore that. Okay, I'm going to hold down Command and Shift to begin with. No, it's not Command and Shift. It's that was it. Okay, I'll start again.
Oh my God.
How
How did you?
Hold down Alt and Shift. Now I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to revert these colors to default. And all I'm going to do is press the letter D. And that switches it, no fill black stroke. Okay. Now I'm going to start drawing. I'll hold down Alt and Shift, start drawing. And I'm going to tap on the right arrow key. And I'll tap again. And again. Now I'll tap on the up arrow key. And again. And I can create a grid. Now,
Oh my gosh.
it's really useful, just incredibly useful. That's way more squares than I needed. I just let go of the mouse first. I haven't let go of the keys yet. Now I've let go of the keys. They're all selected. So if you clicked on a fill color, they'd all be filled with that color. So that's not the way to go. And in fact, that's more colors than I need. So I'll do it again. I'll hold down Alt and Shift and start clicking and dragging. And then I'll tap on the right. Now you keep the keys held down. You just, with your pinky, you tap on the right arrow key. And again, and then the up arrow key, and there's my grid of 6. And I'm just dragging the mouse to make them bigger or smaller. I haven't let go of the keys yet. Now I'll let go of the mouse. There they are. They're all still selected, so I don't want that if I want to fill them with the colors I need. So I'll just get the selection tool and click somewhere else. Now they're not selected. Now I can choose that one and fill it with this color, this one and fill it with this color, this one and fill it with this color, and so on, till I've got representations of all my colors, and then I can click and drag them into the window. Now, can I do them all together? I can't remember. Let's see. Yep, there we go.
Yes.
There's my block of 6 colors. And so I could drag that onto the desktop of another document. So I'll do Command N and OK. If there's another new document where these colors don't live, all I have to do to add them is drag them out and delete them. And they're already added. So that's an advantage of InDesign library.
Yes, I think it may be a while, but yes, I need to try that. It's another thing, my brain to try and absorb.
Now here's, fortunately, if I go to Finder a second, you've got, let's see, that PDF is in your notes, creating a grid, and this tells you how to do it. Not only does it tell you how to do it, it also tells you how to do it so that you can change the space vertically or horizontally within that grid.
So if you, can you add anything to the into the boxes, or just
Yeah, you can.
colors?
I mean, that's the nice thing about rectangles. So if I've got a rectangle like that, I could go File, Place, and find an image and put an image into it. Or I could go click on a color and put a color into it. Or I can get the type tool and click inside it with the type tool and add type to it. So they're completely compatible with everything you want to do. They're great. It does always makes me giggle that Adobe have got these 2 tools here that both do exactly the same thing. The original thought, this is called the rectangle frame tool. This is called the placeholder frame, and the idea was you could create frames and say what contents they were going to hold, and then import a document in a particular format, got XML, and it would flow into those frames, and only what was designated to go in a particular frame could go into it, and you'd have your layout straight away. Well, they never got around to doing that, and so this has just stayed as a fairly sort of dumb rectangle tool. And even worse, it puts a big diagonal into it when you draw it, so I just find that clutters the place up too much, and I don't use them. But they're also compatible with images and colors and text, if you want.
And if you created 6 boxes, could you then change an individual shape, or are they fixed?
No, you can change. I'll do it again. So I'll get the rectangle tool, hold down Alt and Shift, start to drag. There's my frame. Right, up, like so. And now I'll let go. And then click somewhere else. How about I fill all of these with a color just so we can see what's going on? Because then it's easier to drag them around. So I can drag them to wherever I want and resize them however I want. And I don't have to keep them as squares. And if I want, I could put text into them too.
Yeah.
Now here's, actually I'll show you, this is kind of neat. If I fill that with placeholder text, and I'm going to make this a bit bigger, so it's going to be far too big to actually fit inside that frame. Much more text than will fit, great cross. But I want to put that on top of some other layout, and it's going to be this sort of call out panel with text in it, but I don't want the text to go right out to the edges. So I'm going to go to Object, Text Frame Options, and increase the inset spacing. And I'm going to do it all the way around. Don't often do that, but I will in this case. And that gives me a sort of a buffer zone between the edge of the frame and the text, which is a very, very effective way of doing that. The only other way to do it, and the way that I used to do it, I draw a rectangle, fill it with color, then draw a separate text frame and put it over the top. Well, what a waste of time. You can do the two together like this.
And if you wanted to, say, have 2 boxes linked but touching, but not, so you get a nice sort of blocky design, can you link the text into the boxes so it kind of flows from one to the other, or do you have to kind of?
You can. Actually, the easiest way to do that would be not to draw rectangles to begin with, but to draw text frames to begin with. In exactly the same way. So I'll start to click and drag, Alt Shift, click and drag, tap on the right arrow key. It's just the same process, and only this time these aren't rectangles, they are text frames. And if I let go of the mouse, and then, no, they're all text frames, so there's no outline. So I'm going to add a black outline while they're all selected, so it'll affect all of them. So I'll click on the stroke icon and say black. There we go. I've got a 1-point black outline on everything. And because they're text frames, you've got an import near the top left corner, you've got an output near the bottom right corner, but there's no text. So I'm going to click in this first box and then go type, fill with placeholder text, and look what happens. Oh, interesting. That was interesting. They were supposed to be linked, and they should have been linked. Now, why didn't they link? I'm not sure. I thought they were all going to be linked, but let's see, this one is now linked to this one. If I go to View, Extras, Show Text Threads, you can see a blue bar between them showing this goes into this, goes into this. So if I click here and tell it to continue to fill it with placeholder text, it now goes and fills all 3.
Mark, when you're showing that, and you can see the arrows, can you move those arrows so say you wanted to go diagonally or like some not logical way?
No, the only way you could do that would be to actually move the frames around. The arrows only appear, you can't actually grab hold of them and move them.
Okay.
But you could still move the 3 boxes around and they would still be linked to the same boxes.
Yes, indeed. So I'll get rid of these and I'll put that one up there and that one down there so you can see.
Okay.
And you can also, of course, change the size of these frames as you wish.
Yeah, useful.
Oh,
gosh.
Yeah.
So you created the text boxes in the same way, and then you go to is it object or type?
It's type.
Type.
Oh, to do what? To make those blue bars appear?
To link the boxes and
Actually,
add text.
you do that. I'll show you this again. I'm just going to do this in a fairly straightforward way here. So I'll draw a text frame, and now I'm going to draw another. Two separate text frames. I'll select them both and give them both a black outline so they're just a bit easier to see. And this one, now even though there's no fill, you can click inside the text frame and wake it up. If that was a rectangle with no fill, clicking inside it would not wake it up, but in this case it will. And there's the input, there's the output. Now if I want to link these two, before there's even any text, I can click on the output, and the cursor turns into a sort of, I've got text loaded cursor, but there's no text to load. But if you hover over the next frame, it changes into a link icon. And if I click on that, now those two frames are linked even though there's nothing in them. And I can click in this first one. And the way you actually fill it, you go type, fill with placeholder text. Like that.
Yeah.
Now there's actually more to it. So I'll show you what the more to it is. I'm going to open up a document. You've got this one as well. It's called Type on a Path. I decided to throw this in as a last-minute addition. I'm glad I did. That is Type on a Path. There's a lovely, I think it's Edward Lear, one of his nonsense poems, Your Old Father William. No, it's not Edward Lear. It's Alice Through the Looking Glass, or one of those. It's when Alice comes across a caterpillar sitting on top of a mushroom smoking a pipe, which I think is a very, very dubious image to begin with. And the caterpillar recites this poem to her. And it's a great little poem. It's ridiculous. And I found it online. And this was what I found online. I just downloaded the text and I broke it into verses. Then I broke it up again. I made it bigger at the beginning, gradually getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Then I went into Adobe Illustrator, where they have a tool for drawing snails, spirals. And it's a tool that I've hardly ever had a reason to use. So I thought I'll use it. So I drew this spiral, copied and pasted it straight into InDesign. And if you do that from Illustrator, it means that you can actually continue to work on the object, because the drawing tools in InDesign are identical to the drawing tools in Illustrator. So as far as InDesign is concerned, it's a native object. And I pasted the text onto that outline. Now, how did I do that? Well, I used this Type on a Path method. So I go over here a bit, and I'll draw an ellipse, and I'll actually make it a circle. And then I'm going to click and hold on the Type tool, because the second tool down is the Type on a Path tool. And if I choose that, when I come near this shape, the cursor turns, it gets a little plus sign next to it. See that? If I click on that shape, I've got a text insertion point, and I can add type to the path.
Cool.
It's so nice.
Can you then get rid of the circle?
Oh, yes,
so,
you can indeed. Now, first of all, I'll just make this a bit bigger.
So when you copy and paste it, it doesn't take across the font size that you already made in the other one? Because you know you changed the font size to get smaller.
Oh, I did that in InDesign. So the only thing I copied and pasted was the spiral. That's what came from Illustrator.
So, and then when you copy and paste the text onto the spiral, or do you have to type it out again?
No, you do. You copy and paste it on. I mean, I can do it to this one. It won't all fit, but I'll show you. I'll get all this text. So I've just clicked inside it. Now I'm going to do Command A, so it's all selected. Now I'll do Command C, so now it's copied. Then I'll get the Type on a Path tool. And I'm going to click now. Actually, this is, let's see. I'll click here. And then I'll just paste. There it is.
Oh. Okay, I see. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'll just undo
I'm
that.
not sure you could get beyond about the second line of the poem, but yeah, very cool.
Yeah, it gets a bit tricky, doesn't it? So this is a great little device for logos. I'll just zoom in a bit on that one so I can show you a bit more to it. So you can format the text however you want. If you've got paragraph style, you can format with a paragraph style. So I'm going to create a new, oh, look, I've got some. I didn't know I had those. Great, okay. So I'm going to edit body copy and change the color of it because that'll be real clear, magenta. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to highlight all that text. So I'll just click inside it, do Command A, and I'll click on body copy. Oh, good, there we go. Now it's gone magenta. When it's highlighted, of course, black is the opposite of white, green is the opposite of magenta, which you may have known, you may not have known. It's an interesting thing. Colors have opposites. And green's the opposite of magenta. Now I'm going to make that bigger again. Now I've got that selected. I've got the circle selected. And you can see these two sort of sticks with a flag at half mast on them. Well, if I hover over this left-hand one, there's a tiny arrow pointing to the left, and if I hover over the right one, there's a tiny arrow pointing to the right. The arrow pointing to the right means that's the beginning of my text. I can click and drag that. Oops, I missed. I'll do that again. Click and drag that and change where the text is on this circle. And this one will mark the end of the text. So if I make it too short, I'll get a red cross, of course. Mm. And if you can find it, if you find sort of a midpoint of the text and then look across the circle to the other side, there should be, and I can't even see it, a little stick. So I'm going to find it the easy way. I'll go type on a path, options, flip. And that puts the text inside the circle or outside.
Great.
You've also got spacing options. Inside the circle, they'll scrunch it all up. Outside the circle, they'll spread it all out. And that's a negative amount, but it's still spread it all out outside the circle. So you just make it look how you want. You've got different ways of aligning the type to the path. You've got different ways of making the type sit on the path. And finally, if you decide, okay, that's exactly how I want it to be, you click OK, and then you go to the swatches window. And it doesn't mention magenta, and the reason it doesn't mention magenta is I don't have the type selected. I've got the path selected, and if I change that black stroke to none, I just got rid of the path. I can't delete it, because then the type would have nothing to sit on, and the type would disappear as well. But if I press W, well, actually, if I press W now, you won't see anything because that's off the page. Let me put it on the page, because W gets rid of everything that's not on the page. Deselect it, press W, bang. There's no indication of the path that the type is sitting on.
Gosh. I could be spending a lot of time.
Sorry?
I could be spending a lot of time sitting in front of my computer playing.
Oh, don't you? Don't you already? I do.
It depends. But this is very good.
Yeah, this is fun stuff. I mean,
it's fun stuff, but how do if you're doing an article or whatever, when do you use this sort of thing other than now to make a poem unreadable?
Well, I wouldn't use this in an article. That's how to destroy an article. But what I would do with this is, if I've got to do a logo design, things like this are incredibly useful.
Mm.
And I did one a while ago for an American photographer who wanted, the company name is Compound Eye Photography. And they had this idea of the insect's eye is a sort of a compound of hexagons, and they wanted to render the type compound eye photography in hexagons, and I just got really bored listening to them. I thought, this is absolutely rubbish. So I just nodded and smiled and let them rant. And when they finished, I said, okay, I'm going to think about this for a while. And I went off and I designed a logo that's as if you're looking at the front of a camera lens. And the name of the company, Compound Eye Photography, is in a circle around the glass.
Right.
And that's what I used to do it. And they loved it. They never mentioned their original idea again, so which is fine by me. So it's a very useful tool. I mean, anything that allows you to create what you just thought of is a useful tool.
Mm.
And for logos particularly, usually I get an idea for a logo when someone's describing what they want. Quite often what they're describing is sort of everything and the kitchen sink, but that's not going to go in the logo. The best logos are simple. So I'll just get an idea and I'll try and figure out a way of doing it. And this is a really good tool. You can do a lot more with it as well. So the thing that I've shown you about text flow, so I'll just get rid of that one. I'm going to go back into this image.
Mark, could I just ask something about, but on the logo front,
Yeah.
you were mentioning just before you move on, do you find you generally design a logo in InDesign then, not in Illustrator? Or would you generally do it in InDesign?
Actually, no. I would normally use Illustrator to do it purely because the tools, the special effects tools for adding things to drawn shapes are there in Illustrator. They're not really so much there in InDesign. That's the only reason. Generally, in terms of which program do I prefer, well, I've got to say, out of the three, Illustrator is the one I use the least. But it is very good for doing logos.
Yeah.
Very good. Do you ever come across a program called Corel Draw?
No.
Okay.
How do you spell that?
Corel. So Corel was like Illustrator, but Illustrator wasn't even available on a Windows machine until version 4. And when I first started with computers way back, I had to buy my own kit, and I knew nothing about computers. So I just looked and I thought, well, Macs are twice as expensive. Oh, I'm not going to have one of them. And I bought myself a Windows machine and found that I could not get Illustrator, but I got Corel Draw instead. And it's a really good tool. In fact, I still prefer it for some operations, for drawing. It's great. And you can do pages in it, which you still can't do in Illustrator. You still can't do pages. There's some legacy problems that Adobe put into Illustrator right from the start, because it was their first big graphics program, and they've never managed to fix them. They're still there. And so I just use it as a sort of a vehicle. I design something in Illustrator and then take it into InDesign or Photoshop. I very rarely finish a project in Illustrator. I start plenty of them there, but I don't usually stay there for very long. But for special effects stuff, it's great. It's much better than InDesign. And in Photoshop, you've got the special effects, but they're all going to be done as pixels. Whereas in Illustrator, they're all done as vector. And vector means it's infinitely scalable. It's like a shape that you draw in, if I draw a rectangle here in InDesign, then that's a vector shape. If I go to the direct selection tool, there's only 4 objects in that shape. Really, there's 4 corners and they hold the path into a shape. So there's no need for pixels. And in fact, there aren't any pixels. And I could zoom in and zoom in and zoom in and zoom in on that, and I'd never see pixels. So because of that, I can make it any size I want, and pixels are never going to be an issue. Resolution's never an issue. Whereas as soon as you start working in Photoshop, resolution is the tyrant of Photoshop. You're stuck with having to take care of resolution all the time. So that's another good reason for doing stuff in Illustrator, especially for a logo. I did once a logo for a supermarket in the States. They wanted it to be small enough to put on a business card and big enough to put on the side of a truck. And so vector was the obvious way to go, because pixels would have been the size of dinner plates and they would not have worked. So I did the whole thing in Illustrator and it worked great.
Yeah, we're trying to do more stuff with vectors, just also from the accessibility point of view. So if you're using something that magnifies your screen, you can zoom in and it doesn't get, you know what I mean? Like, and it still looks the same quality.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're talking about that as well.
Yeah. I mean, Illustrator, you can zoom into 64,000%, which means, you know, full stop's the size of your house. And you'll still never see any pixels. There just aren't any. All a vector shape is, really, is a mathematical theory connecting points. And you can assign a fill color, if it's an enclosed shape, and you can assign a stroke color to the path that connects those points. But there's never any pixels. So for some things, it's absolutely perfect. Now, InDesign is kind of a hybrid, because InDesign uses both all the time. You bring an image in, it's pixels. You draw a shape, it's vector. Type is a vector. That's why we can use it. We can change it so easily into a frame that you can put a pixel-based image into. So it's got the best of both worlds. Oh, I know what I was going to show you. So here I've got, actually what I'll do is I'll delete that for now. So here's my text. I'm just going to take that stroke off it so it's just a bunch of text floating in space. Now I'm going to draw a line. Now here's another tool that we didn't look at yesterday, the pencil tool. Now if I click and hold on that, there are three. The pencil tool, the smooth tool, and the erase tool. I'll start with the pencil tool. And I just drew what was trying to be a fairly smooth line, but it looks a little bit lumpy. There's a lot of anchor points on it. If I double click on the tool, it opens up this window. And I've got fidelity and smoothness. Well, fidelity was set to make it accurate to the path that the cursor took. Smoothness was set to smooth it out somewhat, but not a whole lot. So how about if I set them both to 0, and I'll OK that, and I'm going to try and draw a smooth path. And it's still lumpy. Double click again, and I'll set them both to way up the other end. So now the fidelity is within 20 pixels and the smoothness is set to 100. Okay, now I'm going to try and draw a jagged line. Pretty smooth. So you can set the fidelity, which means how many anchor points you're going to have to deal with, of the path before you draw it. So if I wanted a smooth path to look like that, I would set the fidelity and the smoothness right up to the ends, and then I could draw a reasonably smooth path. That's not got very many anchor points in it. It's reasonably smooth. I'll put those back to about halfway. Now I've got another tool here. I'll try the smooth tool on that. So the smooth tool, the idea is it's supposed to take your existing path and make it more simple. Let's see if it works. So if I drag it over the path here, oh, it's working the wrong way. If your path is smooth to begin with, it won't smooth it out. It'll add anchor points to it. It's kind of hard to figure out which way it's going to do it. And if it smooths it out, it's going to change the shape of the path. So I've got to say it's not my favorite tool. The erase tool does exactly what you'd think. Cuts chunks of the path out. Each of those is now a separate object. I get the selection tool, I can click on that one and move it independently of that one and that one and that one. So the pencil tool allows you to draw, hand-drawn lines. It's not great, I have to say. It's not my favorite, but you can do stuff with it. I'm much more likely to use the pen tool than I am the pencil tool. But the pen tool comes with a built-in disadvantage. People instinctively loathe it. I call it the tool that everyone loves to hate. Nevertheless, we're going to give it a shot. So we'll see how you like it. It's actually one of my favorite tools. It's a fantastic tool if you get used to it. Now that's a tool that needs 10 minutes a day all on its own. And to begin with, it will just drive you nuts. Have either of you used the pen tool very much?
No.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay, well, there we are. You're all set to hate it. Anyway, where was I? So, let's just get rid of these. And I'll draw a fairly smooth path, so double click, drag those up to the end, and like so. I can attach the type to that as well. And then I could have that flow into another rectangle if there's enough type for it. Actually, let's do a text frame. So first thing I've got to do is wake up this path so it will accept type. So you select the path, then you get the type in a path tool, and all I have to do is click on it. And this, of course, is a text frame. It's already going to accept type. So then back to the selection tool, wake up that frame, click on the red cross. I've got text loaded in my cursor. Hover over the path and click on it. Then click on the red cross at the end of that and click inside this frame. And I've now got text flowing out of this frame onto the path into this frame. Now I can hover over the corner here and rotate that so that it's a little bit of a more even flow, and I can move it around with the arrow keys, of course. And here, if I want to get rid of that path, I just have to select it, go to swatches, and say fill color, stroke color, none. And that keeps my text, but gets rid of the path. Then it's a matter of fine-tuning the position. So I'd maybe move this over here a bit. Of course, that hyphen now doesn't make much sense at the bottom of that text frame. There we go. Press W, and we have a strange flow of text from one shape into another.
Huh.
And it's a very ugly and lumpy example, but it does show you what you can do with type and a path tool, without which that would not have been possible.
Huh. It's going to be fun playing around with some of this stuff.
Yeah, it is. It's great. You know, when I'm doing a Photoshop course, I usually start by saying, Photoshop should have a government health warning on it. Something that reads, Photoshop will eat your life. Because that's what it does. I mean, everyone who uses Photoshop at some point has found themselves sitting there at 3 o'clock in the morning and they haven't eaten yet, they're not tired, they're having a great time, and they've got to get up for work in the morning. And, you know, that's happened to me plenty of times. Has that ever happened to you, Felicity?
No, because the screen ends up irritating my eyes, and at one point I just think, okay, it's a little bit painful now, I think I will stop. But yes, you could play around with it quite a lot.
Well, actually, I think you're kind of lucky that you've got that to prevent you from just going on and on. Yeah, yes, it's alarmingly fun once you start getting into it. It really is. Disturbing program, but it's still my favorite. Well, let's see. What should we do today? Well,
you were going to show us the pen.
oh, I'll show you the pen. Right. You'll regret saying that.
Just so that we know why we don't want to use it.
Yeah. Okay.
Or why we should be using it.
Okay, I'm going to press W to go back out of print preview. And I'm going to click and hold on the pen tool for a second. This is the problem. The pen tool has 4 different parts to it. And people think they've got to go click on each one of these to get them, or use the shortcuts. And in Photoshop, the shortcuts are different, and in Illustrator, they're different again. And I don't use these anyway, but the good thing is that all you need is the pen tool. The shortcuts are all available. I've got a different set of shortcuts that works in InDesign, Illustrator, and Photoshop. And those are the ones I use. Now, the way that I normally teach the pen tool is very, very straightforward shape to begin with. So the pen tool either draws straight line segments or curves. We're going to start with straight line segments. And to do that, all you do is you go click, and you move the pen, and you go click, and that's a straight line segment. Now, actually, I should have done something before I did this. Make sure that you've got no fill and a black stroke. And if you've got colors there, just press the letter D. You don't have to do Shift key, D, or Control D. It's just D, and that'll give you default colors, no fill, black stroke. And then draw that line. Because the thing is, if you have to do that once you've started drawing the line, it'll apply to that line, but it won't apply to anything else. If you've got nothing selected and you change something like the colors, that's now the new default, and it will apply to everything. So I've drawn my line segment. The pen tool is still connected to this point at the end. I didn't do anything else. Now I'm going to go up and just go click, and then across, click, down, click, and across, click. So every time I click, the pen tool follows me around and it draws another line segment. So how do you stop? Well, the easy way to stop is you hold down the Command key. And that shortcuts the cursor into being the direct selection tool. And if you just click in white space, you just let go of that line and you can do something else. So that's the first thing. The Command key toggles the pen back and forth between the pen tool and the direct selection tool. Now that's really good. For example, if I want to weight this path up again, I would hold down the Command key and click on it. And now it's awake again and I can see the anchor points. And because the direct selection tool is used for editing shapes by dragging on the anchor points, that's exactly what I can do here. Grab an anchor point and move it and change the shape of the path. You can even do that while you're still drawing the path. I could click on the end of this again and join the pen back onto it, which means I'm still drawing the path. Now if I hold down the Command key, I can drag an anchor point to wherever I want and then carry on drawing. So it's a very, very useful shortcut. Now here's another one. I'm going to do a similar thing to begin with. Click, move the pen, click, move up, but don't click just yet. This time move slightly to the right as well. And then don't just click, but click and drag out to the right like this. And you'll find that the anchor point is where you click, but you've just dragged handles out from it. Now you can't move those handles with the pen tool. And that's a big source of irritation for people. But if you hold down the Command key, you can move them. Only they act like a kind of a seesaw. They can be different lengths, but they insist on going through the anchor point in a straight line, which means that the curve in that anchor point is going to be smooth. The left-hand handle has exerted a sort of magnetic pull on the line and turned it into a curve. The right-hand handle is all set up to do that with the next segment. So if I click here, it pulls the line out because the handle tells it to. Then the handle stops affecting it. It won't affect the next segment, it only affects this one. So I can click again and then hold down the Command key and let go of the path. So you can do curves as well as straight lines. Actually, while we do this, I'm going to just quietly open up Illustrator so I can show you a couple of things that I've done with the pen tool in the past. Because it's, like I said, it's a really fine tool and I love it, and I've used it for years now. Now, if I wanted to wake that path up again, I could hold down the Command key and click on it as before. Now it's awake. And if I want to see those handles again, I would still keep the Command key held down and click on that anchor point, and there's those handles. And I've already shown you, you can't break that line with the Command key. It stays as a straight line, and you can't change the angle of the handles. But if you hold down the Alt key instead of the Command key, you can. This is called the Convert Point. Actually, the Convert Point Direction tool. And it's on that flyout. And now I can grab the handles and move them to independent positions. And if I click and drag on, this is a sharp point, I think we can all agree on that. If I click and drag on that, I can pull handles out of it. If I click on it again, it turns back into being a sharp point. That's why they call it the Convert Point Direction tool. You have to click and drag the direction the path was drawn in to get decent handles like that. If you drag it the wrong way, you'll tie a knot. So if you see that happening, just go back, pull it the other way, and you'll have a curve instead of a knot. There's only one other, well, actually a couple of other things. Okay, so if I hover over part of the path where there's no anchor point with the pen tool, I get a plus sign. And if I click, I just got a new anchor point. And if I hover over an existing anchor point, I get a minus sign. And if I click, that one's gone. Now on that flyout, there were only 3 other tools: add anchor point, delete anchor point, convert direction point. You don't need any of them. You just need the pen tool, the Alt key for this tool, the Command key for this tool, and those are built into the pen tool anyway. Nevertheless, it'll drive you nuts. Because what I've just shown you means you can draw any shape you want. You can make it as detailed as you want. You can move points to where you want. You can add curves and straight lines. You can make any shape you want. But it's not that easy. And it takes a while to get to grips with the pen tool. I'll just show you if I can find them. Either of you familiar with the Book of Kells?
Yes.
Well, that's an Illustrator rendition of one of the elements in it. That's all drawn with a pen tool. Now in Photoshop, if you do Command Y, it toggles it between CMYK and RGB. In Illustrator, if you do Command Y, it toggles it between full-on view like this and the paths themselves. So those are the paths. And there's the full thing. This was an illustration for a book that I didn't write, someone else did. And every time I look at this, I think of things that I should have done to make it better. So I can see that the line thickness in the central area here is not consistent, and I really should one of these days go and smooth it out a bit, and I probably never will, because once you start, it's endless. So the key thing with the pen tool is if you spend 20 minutes drawing something, you're going to probably spend at least that much editing it. It's not easy necessarily to draw with a pen tool. And this was traced. I was working on an illustration, a photograph of this element, and I drew it on top of it. I could make as many changes as I wanted. I could delete things and add them. The person who painted the original for this, and it's quite small, couldn't make a mistake. They got it right first time. All I had to do was draw one of these elements and copy it twice more. Well, they had to paint all three. And they were probably standing up at a lectern in a monastery in Ireland. Actually, they think this was created on the Isle of Iona. In fairly, not great conditions, not very comfortable, not very warm necessarily, bad lighting. And yet, what they managed to do, when I found out what the original was that I was copying, it absolutely put mine in the shade. And for a while I felt, oh, quite proud of myself, but that cut the ego right back down to size, because what they did was amazing. And I've used the pen tool for a lot of stuff, so here's another one. This is a book cover that I did years ago in the States. That's all done with a pen tool. This is an ad that I did where I lived, which is on the Pacific coast in North California. We had a botanical gardens, and every year we'd get me and some other people got all the wineries in the area to donate something special, and we'd auction them. So every year there was this auction called Wine Song, and it would raise usually $1 million in an afternoon, which all went to charity. And because I put the auction catalog together, I got a full-page ad, and this was done with a pen tool. And I'm left-handed, so I could hold a wine glass in my right hand and sketch it, and then scan it, and then trace it in Illustrator, and that's the result. This is clip art. Dick Tracy in a deck chair, the only time I ever use clip art. This illustration, I just sat out in the garden drawing, and that is a TIFF file. And it's a bitmap. It's either black or white pixels. I just painted it with ink, ink on paper. And if I zoom in on that, it looks really lumpy, doesn't it? It's not. It's a 600 dpi TIFF file, and it looked absolutely smooth on the print. And another neat thing is in Illustrator, if you bring in a bitmap TIFF file, black and white pixels, you can tell the black pixels what color to be. So if I just go over to the color window for a second, and let's see, the fill color is going to be red, and all the black pixels turn red. And the stroke color, the white pixels are just transparent. That's the stroke color. Now what I did in the end with this was I filled in all the leaves, and I used the pen tool. So I'll choose a different stroke color. I'm going to say a stroke color of rather light green. And then I'm going to click here, and I'm just going to do straight line segments. 1, 2, 3. And the part's a bit thick. I'll change that in a second. So I haven't done a fill yet, and I'm drawing on top of the outline. Okay, now I'm going to change that, the width of that to, well, it's gone now. I'll leave it. I'm going to switch these around. So instead of being a fill color of green, instead of being a stroke color, it's going to be a fill color. And then Command Shift left bracket is go to back. That's the arrange command, go to back. And on to the next leaf. And that's how I did the whole thing. I just gradually worked my way through it when I had a few minutes to spare, and ended up with the entire ad. Pen tool is great, really is. Very versatile tool, incredible tool. Also educational in funny ways. So the year that I did this ad, I'd never been in the auction while it was running. And I decided that day I'd wander down and see what was happening. So I walked into this big marquee, and a friend of mine, one of the organizers, is up there on a little stage at the end of the marquee. And I waved to him. Never, ever walk into an auction and wave at somebody. He was frantically signing me, saying, no, don't, and I bid $800 on a bottle of wine. And a few minutes later, somebody outbid me, but for a little while, I knew what it felt like to earn an $800 bottle of wine, and believe me, it's not a good feeling. So, but the pen tool is just great. The more you use it, the better it gets. It's really a good tool. And it's in Illustrator and Photoshop and InDesign.
Mm.
And of course, in InDesign, you can use it to customize shapes. For example, let's say that I've just got a regular rectangle that I've drawn. There it is. And I want to do something different in the bottom right-hand corner. So I'll zoom in on that a bit, and I'll get the pen tool. And if I hover over that, there's a plus sign. And I'm just adding anchor points wherever I click. Now if I get the direct selection tool and click away from this and then hover back over it, those are my anchor points, and I can move them to new positions, and I just changed the shape of the frame. And if I get the pen tool again and hold down the Alt key, I can click and drag. Now I don't know which way to drag. Let's find out. Oh, I got lucky. And I can create a completely different appearance with the pen tool. And you can't do it with anything else. Now, if you really wanted to practice with the pen tool, this is what you should do. Get the type tool, make a little text frame, and type a capital R into it. Capital R is a good one. Now I'm going to highlight that, and up in the list of typefaces, I'm going to try and find something to do with Times Roman. There you go, Times New Roman. Perfect. A very sort of classic and, in many ways now, a kind of a boring typeface in terms of the flamboyant typefaces that are out there. But this one is great because it uses subtle curves and straight lines, and it's very, very exacting. Now I'm going to make that a lot bigger. And I'll park this frame over here up against the left margin. Do either of you happen to remember how to expand the frame and the contents together?
What?
Okay.
Is it double clicking the right corner?
Now if I double click on the right corner, it will collapse the frame down around the letter. That's a good start.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to hold down Command and Shift, and then click and hold on the corner for a second, and then drag. Oh, missed altogether. Zoom in a bit more. There we go. Like so. Click and hold, wait for that little gray box. Now if I pull, that expands the frame and the contents simultaneously. And I'm going to pull it over to the right-hand margin, and there's a nice big letter R. And then I'll get the type tool and double click on it, which selects it. In swatches, I can say, well, I don't want a black fill, I want no fill. But I do want a stroke. Now I'm going to have a stroke of green, but that's far too thick. So I'll go to the stroke window and tell it, I don't want it to be this weird number. I want it to be 1 point. And now I've got a thin green outline of the letter R. Now the other thing I want to do with that is I want to trace over it. So I don't want to keep on accidentally moving this. So the best thing to do would be to lock this into place. And the best way to do that is using layers. Now, of course, in Photoshop, we have layers. Well, in InDesign and Illustrator, we have layers as well. They're kind of different. You can put objects that you've put on a page onto however many layers you want. And quite often, if I'm doing something like a brochure, and I've got a big background block of color over the whole page, or a big part of it, and I want to then put blocks of text and things on top of that, I'll create the background blocks of color first on their own layer, and then I'll lock that layer, which means I can't accidentally mess around with it. If I open the layers window, everything right now is going to be on layer 1, and if I click on that arrow, every object you've got on that layer will show up. So I'm going to lock this, and to do that, I will click on that space. That layer is now locked. I can't touch it. There's a little "you can't go here" road sign next to the pencil tool. If I try with a type tool, no, still doesn't work. I can't do anything. It just says you can't write on this layer. You can't do anything with this layer. And now I'm going to make a new layer. Options button, new layer. What do I want to call it? Well, layer 2 is fine. Now the color, red. What does that mean? Well, on layer 1, the color is blue, and the selection frame is blue. So on layer 2, it means the selection frame of anything on layer 2, if I select it, and I'll draw a shape, the selection frame is going to be red. You can pick any color you want from the list. So if I make another new layer, layer 3, I could choose any one of those. It's quite a long list. You can't make your own, but you can just choose something from this list. The ones at the top tend to be pretty bright and in your face, so you may want something a bit more muted. I don't really want a third layer anyway. My idea is layer 1's going to hang on to the capital R, layer 2 is where I'm going to draw the shape. So layer 1's locked, layer 2 isn't. There are a few other things that I'd like to tell you about layers though, because it's pretty useful. So I will make a couple of other layers. Actually, I'll make one more. I'm on layer 2 and I'm going to draw a rectangle on layer 2. Oops. For some reason, there, layer 2. Okay, there's a rectangle on layer 2. It's got a red frame. And because it's selected, there's a little red box here on the right. So that red box is a selection on that layer. Now I've got 3 objects on the layer, and it says one of them is selected. This one. If I want to move that object from one layer to another, all I have to do is select it and drag that little colored square onto the layer that I want to move it to and let go. And that is now on layer 3. So you can move objects from one layer to another very easily. Now another useful thing about this little square over here on the right, I'll just pull this back onto layer 2 for a second. Nothing selected. If I wanted to select everything on layer 2, I'd click on that little box, and everything on layer 2 is selected. So it kind of works 2 different ways. I can select an object, and that wakes it up, or I can click on that, and that wakes everything up that's on that layer. Now you might think if you've got a brochure and it's got background colors and you've got to put text on it and you've got to put images on it, you want 3 layers. No, you can get away with 2. Text wraps work across layers. You don't have to worry about those. And it's just trying to keep things simplified for you. So usually I find 2 layers is plenty. I have used more than 2 layers, and I've had a very specific reason for doing so, which is conceivably something, Felicity, that might be useful to you, given the multilingual nature of where you live. So I've had a brochure that needs to be produced in French and English and German, whatever. And I've done the layout on layer 1, and then I've added all the English text on layer 2, all the French text on layer 3, all the German text on layer 4, and you turn on and off whichever layers you want to have appearing when you make the PDF. And you can make all the different language versions of the PDF from one document, which has been kind of handy. So I don't know if the text you put on images needs to be in more than one language. Maybe not, but you can if you want.
Occasionally, not often more than 2, but and mainly just 1. But that's I've never thought of it doing it that way. Of course, yes.
Yeah, it's quite handy. You can do it.
Yeah.
You bring the image into InDesign, you put your text there. Then now, if I select that and I copy it, and now I'll go to layer 3, and I'm going to do edit, paste in place. I've now got one object here on layer 2, and I've got a duplicate object in exactly the same place on layer 3. So if you've got a text frame on top of your image, and you've done your English text, you select the frame, you copy it, you make a new layer, you make that layer active, and you paste in place. And that frame appears in exactly the same place on that layer. And then you highlight the text and turn it into French, German, whatever. And then your text positioning is consistent through the different versions.
Right.
So anyway, that's a little bit about layers. Now back to the letter R. So I would get my pen tool. This time I'd have a black stroke and no fill. And then you start tracing it. And it doesn't really matter where you start. And it doesn't really matter which layer you have selected. If you have a straight line, you can just do that as one straight line segment. If you've got a curve, the fewer anchor points you can do that with, the better. And don't forget, you can edit the path after you've done it. So you don't have to be super accurate first time through. And you can add anchor points and take them away. I should have chosen a different color for my letter R because I'm working on the green layer, which is already done. I'll move that down to the red layer instead.
Okay. Yeah.
So then once you've drawn it, you can just select it, move in a bit, fine tune it. The editing can take forever. It's just amazing. And you edit one bit, you find it's moved another bit. Oh, it's just drive you up the wall. There's a great deal of satisfaction from getting a path finished, I have to say. Not that it's often happened to me, but it can. Anyway, this is one of those things, it's a keeper really. You want to save this file, maybe delete the pen path or make it invisible, turn the eye off, and then you can come back and do another one. And after a few weeks, compare what you did before with what you're doing now, and you should find there's quite an improvement, hopefully.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's a good exercise, that. There's another fun little exercise you can do with a pen tool if you really want. Let's try to draw a circle. So I'm going to do that off the page.
Would you really want to when you can use the shape tool and get it correct anyway? Is this torture or what?
I definitely would use the shape. If I really wanted a circle, I'd use the shape. It's just a practice thing with the pen tool is all it is. And it's not that straightforward. So a circle, I'm going to do 4 points, like 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So I'll start at 12. This is my imaginary 12. Now I'm going to go down to my imaginary 3, and I'm going to click and drag down. And that creates the curve for the first quarter of my circle. The handle already is going to create the curve for the next bit. So all I've got to do for the 6 is just go click. And then at 9, I've got to put the curve back in. So click and drag. And then I can just go click on 12, and that should finish it off. Not bad. and there's a circle in 4, well, it's not a circle, but an ellipse, a bubble in the wind in 4 points.
Gosh.
But really, you know, the more time you spend with a pen tool, the better you'll get. It doesn't take that long. It's frustrating as you can believe to begin with, but very quickly you'll get the hang of the shortcuts and it'll be a breeze from that point on. It's a really good tool. Now, I don't normally cover the pen tool in the intro. And so those shortcuts, you're not going to find them in your notes. So if you wrote them down, great, but if you didn't, I can easily tell you them again right now.
Yes, they're very useful to go through them.
Okay,
Yeah, could you?
Okay, so I'll just get rid of that. Okay, so you've got your pen tool, and for straight line segments, you don't need any shortcuts until you want to let go of the tool. You want to stop drawing the shape. So there's the shape. I finished drawing it. What do? I hold down the Command key and click in white space. That's the first shortcut, the Command key. If I want to wake that path up again, I would hold down the Command key and click on it. And then I can click and drag anchor points to new positions. Now you've got to keep the Command key held down right the way through. Anytime you let go of it, you're back in the pen tool mode, and that'll screw everything up. So you hold the Command key down until you finish moving points around. And then again, to let go of the path, you click in white space, and you're done with that. And then the other shortcuts with the pen tool, if you hover over a line segment where there's no path, the pen tool will turn into add an anchor point. The path has to be selected. So there's my add an anchor point tool. And I could hold down the Command key and drag it to a new position straight away. And if you, with the pen tool, hover over an existing anchor point, you get a minus sign. And if you click, it deletes that anchor point. So the add anchor point, delete anchor point are built into the pen tool. And then the last tool, the convert direction point tool, you hold down the Alt key. Now this is if you're in the pen tool to begin with, you hold down the Alt key, and then you click and drag on an anchor point. Now if you wanted to move those handles and keep them in a straight line, you would switch to the Command key and then drag them. If you want to be able to move them independently of each other, you stay with the Alt key and you drag on them, and then you can move them independently of each other. And if you click on a point that's connecting a curve, it turns it back into straight lines. And if you click and drag on a straight line point, it turns it back into curves. There is actually one more thing. I'll start with the pen tool. I'll just go click and move and click and move and then click and drag. And there's my curve on the left. But how about if I wanted the next part of the line to be dead straight? I need to delete this right-hand handle. You hold down the Alt key and you click on the anchor point, and it deletes the right-hand handle. And that means the next part of the line will be a straight line segment. And that's all there is to the pen tool. Except for years of practice and pain. It's one of the most difficult tools. And it's simple, but it's one of the most difficult tools to really get the hang of. Felicity, do you ever use the clone stamp tool in Photoshop?
Yes, but yes.
It's worse than that. Pen tool is way harder than that. Way harder.
Yeah, no, well, yes, the clone tool is irritating if you want to do sort of multiple points, because you can, if you're not careful, it can look like you've used the clone tool.
Yeah, you get repeating patterns.
Yes.
Yeah, it's easily done, really is. Do you use the healing brush tool?
I use the healing brush to remove spots and stuff like that. I would use the content aware tool to remove objects, or the patch tool, and then heal around the edges using the clone or the healing tool, depending on what exactly it is that I've removed and the background.
Yes.
If you see what I mean.
I once had to use a photo of a Ferrari, which had a scratch on the bonnet. And we had to get rid of that in Photoshop. And I was trying to use the clone stamp tool to do it. And this is a car sitting out in the sunshine, and every pixel is a slightly different shade of red. And no matter how hard I tried, I could end up with a visible streak using the clone stamp tool.
Yes.
I just could not do it.
Yeah.
Healing brush tool just took it away in one. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Incredible tool. I think I actually fell out of my chair. There are those. Oh,
I hadn't thought of doing it. So the healing tool is better than the clone tool for repairing areas. I hadn't thought of it like that, but of course it would be.
It
You
is.
can move splodges out of sky.
Yes, it's wonderful for that, but it's no good for detail. If you want detail in what you're doing, you've got to use the clone stamp tool.
Yeah.
I mean, there are ways of making the healing brush work with detail, but it doesn't really like it. I love the content aware tools, so I think they are just amazing. Just incredible.
Oh yeah. Transformed my life.
Sorry?
Although sometimes using the patch tool to remove things is better, because sometimes the content aware can pick up bits that you don't actually want included.
Absolutely right. Yeah, it can. It'll take stuff from anywhere in the image. It's not always as intelligent as you'd like it to be. I've got a lovely little thing that I do in my Photoshop courses that uses photo merge and then content aware fill. It's a really fun little thing. Do you ever do photo merge in Photoshop?
Not usually, but because yes, no, it's not what I usually end up doing with my photographs. I tend not to mess about with them too much.
Right. I'm the opposite. I do. Invariably, I mess around with them too much, and then I come back and mess around with them again. But Laura, I don't know, do you use Photoshop very much at all?
No, not very much at all. I'll do like really super basic editing, but you know how Photoshop has like a huge capabilities. I'm very much need something to do it quickly and done. I use Lightroom though, so I'll take like headshots and stuff, and I'll sometimes use Lightroom, and I'll use Lightroom for that.
Okay.
Rather than Photoshop.
Yeah, Lightroom's great.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, me too.
I have the NYX collection, which I really like for converting photographs to black and white, because bone idleness means that all the presets are great for me to get an instant idea of what the photograph could look like, and then tweak it.
Right.
And the define tool that it has is really a great way of getting rid of noise.
Yes, it is. Yes, you've got a choice usually between color noise and luminance noise, and both incredibly effective. Though luminance noise tends to smooth things out. tends to
Yes.
turn things a little bit into a sort of paint by numbers appearance. And I've found that if you work with a luminance a little bit, back it off from what you really want to do with it, and then increase the clarity a little bit, and that will tend to bring back the detail without bringing back the noise. And it's a good combination. So you've got photo merge in both Lightroom and Photoshop. And it used to be really tedious, but it's a whole lot better now. And it can do fantastic mergings of pictures. I used to have to, well, I was doing a book once on growing vegetables. I've actually written 2 books on growing vegetables. I've got 5 books out, but 2 are about growing vegetables because I love doing that. And I was growing vegetables in a polytunnel, and the publisher said, look, would you stand in the doorway of the polytunnel like the same day every month and take a photograph to show, we'll do a calendar of sort of your polytunnel changing month by month. And I couldn't fit the whole thing in with one shot. So I'd have to stand there and do the right-hand half and then swivel a bit and do the left-hand half and then tie the images together in Photoshop. And then they improved photo merge and suddenly it was easy. And I've loved photo merge ever since. And oh, fantastic.
Is that how you did your Stonehenge photograph?
No, actually, excuse me, that was using a blending mode of darken. And the picture of Stonehenge actually had a very pale, quite light sky. And so I had this other image of the volcanic eruption, and I applied a blending mode of darken to it, and just dragged it up to the top of the layer stack above Stonehenge. And that the darken blending mode means any pixel in that layer that's darker than the one in the layer underneath, it'll replace it. And so just instantly, all of that light sky disappeared and was replaced by the volcanic eruption. And the rest of the image, the Stonehenge image, was darker than the sky, the foreground, the stones, so they didn't get touched. And it was just instant, really easy. Great Photoshop. It was so easy. Do you work with blending modes at all?
No, I
Okay. Got to show you this. Sorry, but it's just too much fun. Photoshop is just great. So let's see. There we go. Orange car. It says it's a VW. I have my doubts. I've never seen a VW that look anything like this, but maybe they just dreamed, you know. So that's orange. Let's change it to a different color. How about a blue car? So I'll make a new layer and I'll fill it with blue. Then I'll apply a blending mode of hue. So here are the blending modes, normal, and there's hue. Blue car.
What did you do? So you changed the hue.
Yeah, I'll do it in a slightly different way. I'll make a selection of the car because what I just did would change the background tint as well. You see the background is slightly sort of warm. Well, it became blue. So I'll make a selection of the car. So I'll just apply these changes to the car, nothing else. So the quick selection tool is not my favorite tool. I usually find it just too unadjustable. You can't really you can't finesse it very much.
And I find it all too often springs around things like the tire that you don't want it springing around.
Exactly. In this case, that won't matter because the blending mode that I'm going to use, the blending mode of hue, only affects things if they're not a neutral color. Now that tire is pretty neutral. It's pretty much just shades of gray. Tiny hint of blue, but basically shades of gray. So it shouldn't affect that. Okay, so that's good. Now I'm going to go to a new layer. Now my selection is now active on the new layer. And if I fill the selection with color, it fills it on the new layer. And I can do Command D and get rid of that selection. And then you choose a blending mode of hue down at the bottom. And there's the blue.
Okay.
And if I wanted a green car, I've already got the selection shape, and if I hold down the Command key and click on that little thumbnail, that loads it. Make a new layer, choose a green color, Alt backspace, blending mode of hue, and now I've got a green car on top of a blue car on top of an orange car.
Yes.
If you've ever gone onto a website, you're looking for a new shirt or something, and you find there's a picture, but it's 5 pictures. They're all the same picture, but the shirt's a different color in each one. That's how they do it. Blending mode of hue.
It actually works very well, doesn't it?
It's
And
incredible.
you don't. What's really interesting is the clunkiness of the selection tool seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, that's it really has, because I mean, although I can see a little hint of green on the tire here, and little hint of blue on the tire there, it doesn't matter. So there is a little bit of a hint of color. Now all I need to do is get the eraser tool, make a slightly smaller eraser, and just get rid of that. Similarly, if I thought, well, there's a little bit of orange still showing through here, I can get the brush tool, make it a bit smaller, and I don't have to be very particular. I'm on the layer where I've got green, and I can just paint that. And all it's doing is painting flat color. But the blending mode is creating an interaction between this layer and this layer. And so it does the right thing. It's great tool. Blending modes are, to me, the kind of, after layers, and layers are an incredible revelation in terms of what you can now do. Well, blending modes is the sort of next point, jumping off point, where you think, oh my goodness, so I can do incredible things with blending modes that I couldn't dream of doing before. But they're really like that. Some of them are pretty strange. Some of them, is really strange, and you'll never use them. And others are useful all the time. Like there's darken. So I've got an example of darken, which is, speaking of polytunnels, I co-wrote this book with another friend who's a gardening freak. And we'd written the book, it had gone off to the publishers. We sat back and thought we've had nothing else to do. And the publisher called us in February and said, we're going to go to print in the next few days. Do you have a nice photograph of a polytunnel that we can use for the cover? It's February. We had loads of pictures taken inside polytunnels. We didn't have any of a polytunnel, and we couldn't go out and take them because it's February. So I got online and I found a group online called First Tunnels, who very kindly offered me a photograph that they had of a polytunnel. Now, this isn't it. This is it. So they sent me that, and I thought, okay, that'll do. And I worked on it for a few hours and ended up with that. And that's what on the cover. And that company is still using it in their catalog, which I think is nice. So the sky is put in with a blending mode of darken. And if I turn the sky off, that's the original sky, very light.
Yeah.
And the blending mode of darken means that anything in this layer that's darker than what it's sitting on top of, it replaces it. But of course, it doesn't replace any of the tree or any of the hedge or any of the roof, because all those pixels are darker than the sky. So it just replaces the sky. If I turn that blending mode off, you'll see that's the actual extent of the sky image. It's turned down to an opacity of 65%, but there it is with darken. It makes it work perfectly. And I also, I built this all up in layers. So there's the lawn. And I would like to try and make things convincing. So if somebody thought, oh, I don't believe that, and they zoomed in, they would then find that actually, oops, you can see the individual blades of grass. So surely that's a real lawn. Well, nope, it's not. But it looks it. So it's kept reasonably convincing. The final thing was to put the plastic over the top, because of course that's what I ended up with. So then I turned this layer on and I made a selection of the plastic, those areas, copied it onto a new layer, and then turned the opacity down to 61%, and it looks like translucent polythene. And that was the
Very clever.
Yeah, it's Photoshop being clever. I'm just using the tools that Photoshop provides, but Photoshop's the clever thing.
Gosh.
That's a neater gravel path than I've ever had in a polytunnel as well.
And all done with blending mode.
Actually,
What did you do with the grass, though?
the grass, I think what I did with that was I gradually cloned it in from some other. I had a photograph of a lawn. Now this is a few years ago. I may have taken a photo of the lawn in my back garden and then brought in a chunk of that and then just cloned it until I had the area filled. I know I didn't have it as one thing. I did have to repeat areas of it. And then to create the blades of grass, what I did with it was this. I got the lawn there, I got the smudge tool and a small brush, and then you just pick a percentage. Now, a strength of 100% means it's just going to keep on following me around, and then you just paint in blades of grass.
Yeah.
Like that. And I had photos of things growing in my garden, like a row of potatoes. I wouldn't grow a row of potatoes in the polytunnel, no need. They do better outside, but I had to fill it quickly. So I had a photo and I used the transform tools to sort of change the angle to make it fit. And so there's the potatoes. And now there they are gone. They're all on their own layer. Anyway.
Very good.
Thank you. Right. Do you know, we are supposed to have had a break quite a while ago. I missed it completely. And then at 12:30, we're supposed to break for lunch. So do you guys want to have grab a cup of tea, quick break and come back, and then we'll break for lunch at 12:30, or just work on through to 12:30? I don't mind.
Should we just work on through to 12:30?
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Sounds
Can
good.
you give me 2 minutes to get a glass of water? That would be good.
Absolutely. Go for it. So Laura, what kind of things are you actually going to need to create in InDesign? Ah.
Sorry, Mark, I heard you say something, but I was in the kitchen actually getting some water as well.
That's all right. I figured you'd stepped out. What are you
No
actually
worries.
what are you going to be doing with InDesign?
Yeah, so at the minute, I had a much more of a writing role and like much more to do with that, but they're now changing my role into being much more of a sort of like multimedia style thing. So I've now got to pick up some of the design tools. So for instance, I could use InDesign when we run events. We might have like physical handouts that we need to be able to like create and mock up, or I might be using it for things like logos, or for things like, it wouldn't be generally when we publish stuff to the web, we have it as an HTML, not as a PDF.
Yeah.
For accessibility. So it wouldn't be so much for that. I mean, I don't know if part of the course covers how to make sort of your InDesign designs as accessible as possible. I don't know if that's something that we talk about this afternoon.
Well, it's not the tool for the job. I have to say that right away. Now you can.
Yeah.
Let me just see if I can access it now. I can't do export. Let me just make a document. Some things you can't do until you've actually got a document there on the page. So if I've got like this, if I wanted to export this, one of my choices is HTML.
Yeah.
It's really not worth it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's just not good. I mean, give it a try. By all means, you can export an entire layout as HTML. I'll be surprised if you think it's any good at all.
Yeah, and it's not. If you end up doing it again. So
Yeah, you'll do it all again, and you're better off just doing it straight away in the website, really.
yeah, that we're trying to encourage that. So like only using like PDFs if you actually need to like physically like using it as it was like an actual print design file. Like and also a lot of our stuff has to be like signed off or like checked around. So obviously if you keep sending people PDFs and they can't, you know what I mean? Like then they make changes and stuff.
Yeah. Actually, I like that they can't make changes. They can make notes. You can add notes to a PDF.
Yeah.
You can do that. But I'm quite happy that they can't actually change the PDF, because then I get something back that's totally different from what I sent out, and I've got to do all the comparing. Whereas if I've got a few notes to read, that's easy.
You've got it locked down.
Yeah.
Yeah, or posters as well. We might end up doing posters in InDesign.
Posters are perfect for InDesign. Absolutely. Yeah. What do you normally use for website stuff for HTML?
So we so why don't I just sort of do the work? So far I've just been doing the words for it, and then somebody else. So my job has been like to make sure that everything's like fact checked and written well, and then somebody else will put it on the website. But now I will be having to do that myself.
Oh, okay. Do you know if they're using like WordPress or some other
So we have
template?
some of them, but I've also got I don't know what the back end of I don't know what the back end is, but I do know we use WordPress for some of it, which is when I've used WordPress before, not like I find WordPress fairly easy to use personally. I find it quite like it gets, if you want to create like a simple blog, it gets the job done.
Yeah.
But I know it has glitches where you're like, what?
Yeah, and some people find they want to change some. They can't fine tune stuff the way they really want to, which actually doesn't matter what method you're using. That's the sort of the traditional complaint is I can't make it exactly how I want.
Yeah.
The traditional complaint in printing is those aren't the right colors, and in web it's I can't do what I want. Whether using WordPress or building the HTML yourself, it really, you've got to be an absolute knockdown, drag out wizard to be able to create exactly the appearance that you want.
Yeah, and people know what they don't like, but they don't know quite what they want. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. And of course that's the worst kind of feedback to be sitting on the end of, is somebody whose approach is, well, I don't know what I want, but I'm sure you know. And then do something and it turns out not to be what they want. And well, why didn't you get it right? It's so difficult.
Trying to get that brief nailed in the beginning is
right. I've got I've built websites, I've done WordPress websites, and I've got now I thought, oh heck with it, I don't want to faff with this anymore. I just want to use something straightforward and easy. So my personal website, I built it in Wix. I thought, great, someone else has
Yeah,
figured out all this stuff. Wonderful, a lovely tool. I really enjoy it.
I used Wix a while back, but I actually found WordPress easier. But do you find Wix easier?
Probably because I just I'm not so good at this stuff. Yeah, I do. I mean, there are some things that uh, are a little bit harder to do, but one of the things that I really appreciate is that on the same page, I can look out how it's going to appear online on a desktop screen, and
Yeah.
also immediately see how it's going to look on a mobile, something like that. And if it's not right, I can move things around for the mobile display and it won't affect the desktop display. And then I know it's going to be right on both platforms. And I couldn't do that with WordPress anything like so easily. It was a much, much lengthier process.
Yeah, you just want to pull you just want to make it smaller and then like make it to the mobile app and be like, cool, okay, that expands, right? That doesn't. Let's go.
Yeah,
That's just
exactly. Yeah. And I'm not really doing anything incredibly fancy with the site anyway. And so it's fine for what I want to use it for. And I've got another site that's basically a blog site, and that is WordPress. And
yeah.
yeah, that's pretty good. I quite like that. It's easy enough to use. Um, hey, the worst days are when I had to build it in HTML myself. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was tedious. And because my main background is print, and in print, everything stays where you put it. And on a website, nothing stays where you put it. And I'm still trying to get my head around that. That's still a pain. I think, oh, damn it, I didn't want that to go there. I wanted it to stay here. Well, sorry. Anyway, there we are. But you can export from InDesign as HTML, but I think if you give it a try and then
It's
look at the
just
result. Do you have Dreamweaver?
no.
Okay. That's good because you can look at it in desktop view. You can also look at it in code view, and you can look at it in split view. So if you'd exported something from InDesign, you could see how it's going to look in the web page, and you can also see all the code that created it. And anything you
Yeah.
click on the web view immediately highlights the code that actually refers to that object. That's pretty useful. So Dreamweaver is a pretty good tool.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
Yeah,
Thank you.
worth a shot, sure. But yeah, generally HTML, that's not one of Adobe's best ideas by a long way.
I'm back.
Yeah. Oh, hi. There you go. You got your water.
I did.
Very
Thank you.
good. Right. Okay. How about if you wanted to, if you went and bought a magazine and you open it up and start reading it, and once you got past the table of contents, you've got the first article in the magazine. Typically, it's not complete. At the bottom, it will say continued on page 32. And by going through to page 32, of course, you're going through all of the ads that paid for the magazine. And that's typically the hope is you're going to see something you like along the way and stop and buy it and make the advertisers happy. And then you go to page 32, and at the top it says continued from page 3. So what you've got at the bottom of page 3 saying continued on page 32, and the one that says continued from page 3, those are called story jumps. And they have lots of applications. Within a document, you just want to say, go to page this, go to page that, and this is how you do it. So I'm first of all going to create a multi-page document. So I'll click on the options button in the pages window and say, give me 15 more pages. And there's my 16-page document. And on page 1, double click, I'm going to get the type tool and just draw a fairly big text tray and fill it with rubbish. placeholder text. That's the beginning of the article. Actually, that's the whole thing. So I'm going to move half of it to page 15. So I'll grab the handle in the middle at the bottom and pull up to about halfway. And then click on the plus sign, which loads the extra text into the cursor. And then double click on page 15. And then click and drag, and there's the rest of my text. And in the top left corner, there's a little blue arrow inside the import saying, this text comes from somewhere else. And at the end of the frame on page 1, there's a little blue arrow saying this text continues somewhere else. So there's no red crosses. And if I chose View, Extras, Show Text Threads, I'll get a blue bar that goes shooting off the page. And if I zoom out with Command minus, 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 you can see it's connecting the frame on page 1 with a frame on page 15. Now the frame on page 1 is selected, so if I do Command 0, it's going to zoom back into a full screen view of page 1. Now I'll deselect by just clicking in white space. And I want to add a little line of text that says continued on page and have it automatically keep track of where I put the rest of it. Because if I'm in production mode, right now it's on page 15, but by tomorrow it might not be. It might be on page 42. And I want it to keep track of it automatically. So I'm going to draw a little text frame and type into it, continued on page blank. So there's a space, and then I haven't put anything. And then, while the cursor is flashing on that blank space, you go up to the Type menu, Insert Special Character, Markers. Now, for automatic page numbers on the master pages, we used current page number yesterday. But here we're going to say next page number. And it says 1. Put the cursor at the beginning of that line and press Enter, and that just moves it down one line. Now, I deliberately made a text frame that was big enough to hold 2 lines of text, because then I could move this down one line and drag it so it very slightly overlaps the original frame, because that overlap is what makes it work. And now it says it's continued on page 15.
Goodness.
Now I'm going to copy that, go to page 15, zoom out, paste. It just lands in the middle of the page. And I'll zoom in again. And this one, I want it to read continued from page blank. So I'll delete the 15 and change that to the word from. And click at the end again, and this time say type, insert special character, markers, previous page number. And again, it gets it wrong because there's no overlap between the 2 frames. But if I drag that down a bit, so there is a very slight overlap. Sometimes it can just be if they're touching, and it changes to page 1.
Goodness.
And now I've got a story jump that will keep track automatically of where those pages go. Which means if I go to page 8, and then I click on the Options button and say Insert Pages, 257 pages after page 8, okay, and there they all are. So now my text is on page 272. Go back to page 1, and it already knew. So it's kept track of it. That's one of those little things that occasionally you need, and it's great, because once you set it up, you don't have to worry about it anymore. And it takes the stress out of graphics once again, which is well worth it.
Amazing. That's simple. It's remarkably simple.
It is remarkably simple. I tell you another thing that's not in the notes, because again, that's something I normally do on the advanced course. Sorry. I should have said. Do you want me to just run through that again?
Yeah.
I'll just talk you through it. Okay, so you've got a document, you've got half your text on page 1 and half of it somewhere else. I'm just going back to a 16-page document. You draw a little text frame and you say, continued on page blank. And then you make the frame big enough so that you've got an overlap. Now, if that line is at the top of the frame, you can't drag the frame up, the line will follow it. So the solution then is you move the line down to the second line position. You just click in front of it, press enter, and it'll move down to space number 2. And that allows you to create the overlap. And the overlap is what triggers it to show you the correct information. Now, what I did to get that number, so I had a blank space there, I went type, insert special character, markers, next page number. And on page 15, I did the same thing, but this time continued from page blank, type, insert special character, markers, previous page number. And then it'll keep track of it. Incidentally, Laura, you mentioned posters a little while ago, and I knew there was something I needed to tell you about it. Now, I'm very keen, you've probably picked up on that, I'm very, very keen on paragraph styles. But if you've got a headline on a poster and it only appears once, there's only one headline, I don't bother to do a paragraph style for that line of type. Because the main advantage of a paragraph style is its ability to give you consistency between multiple blocks of type. And if you've only got one, you don't need a paragraph style. You can just use the control bar to make the type look how you want and the swatches library to color it how you want. And you don't need a paragraph style. It's a waste of time putting one together. If anytime you've got 2 blocks of text that need to both look the same, then it's worth doing a paragraph style, because then you can make changes with a paragraph style and they'll both update. But if it's just one block of type, there's no need. So posters are a special case. I never do a paragraph style for a heading on a poster.
Thanks for the tip.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I was just saying thank you for the tip.
Oh, welcome, welcome. Right. So, are either of you ever likely to need to build a trifold brochure?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Because there's actually a few things involved in putting one of those together. Now, I've given you a template where it's all been done.
Yeah.
But some of the methods that I use to create that are applicable elsewhere too. And if you know some of those tricks, that's going to help you out. So what I propose to do is to start putting together the page layout for a trifold. And we don't need to fill it with, contents, no need, but just to show you what's involved, because some of those methods are really good. And you do have a PDF in this case that tells you how to do it. So you don't need to frantically make notes through the process. So win-win. So I'm going to make a new document. Now, you're experts on InDesign by now, so you can tell me how to set it up. So, a trifold, it's going to be A4. Is it portrait or landscape?
Landscape.
It's landscape. It's landscape. Is it facing pages?
Is it facing pages?
Oh, I've got an echo.
Oh, I've got an echo.
No.
It's not facing pages.
It's not facing pages.
Felicity, you got an echo as well. Ooh.
I'm hearing yours, but I'm not hearing mine, unlike yesterday.
Ah, okay. Well, now I don't.
Okay. Well, now I don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, yes, I do.
It's Nora's.
Nora's.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I'm just going to mute myself now, and that.
Yeah, that did it. Yeah. Okay. Maybe keep it muted unless you want to say something. But if you want to say something, jump in. Okay. So, actually, you probably will need to unmute it a bit. I was planning on asking you guys a few questions here so you could build this one. We'll see. It's not a facing page document. How many pages is it?
1,
2.
2,
It's
2.
one. It's
Oh,
one
front and
sheet.
back.
It's
One
one
sheet.
sheet of paper, but each side of that, if that was a page in a book, there'd be 2 different page numbers on it.
Yeah.
And that's how InDesign looks at it. So there's 2 pages. Oops. Now, to ask you about columns would be a bit of a trick. So you'd probably say, oh, 3 columns. No, it's actually 1. Because each panel needs to be a different width. And the thing about columns is that they're all the same width.
Yeah.
So if I did 3 columns, then I'd have to come around and figure out how to change stuff, and it would be pretty much impossible. I'm much better off doing 1 column and then dealing with that in a different way. That's one of the things that's useful with other documents as well. Margins, I'm going to turn this down to 8. Now, one of those is wrong. Any idea which one? I'll take that as a no.
No.
I'm being picky about this, but I think it's worth being picky about something you're designing. I'm really picky about stuff I'm designing. So this is my basis for saying one of them's wrong. If I had, and I do this in class sometimes, I've got a big whiteboard on the wall, nothing written on it, and I'll just invite somebody in the class to step up and put a dot right in the middle using a marker pen. And I'm not worried about side to side, I'm worried about up and down, right in the center. Nobody has yet put the dot right in the center or too low. Everybody always puts the dot slightly too high. And the reason for that is the visual center is higher than the actual center. That's just what we do. That's how we look at things. And if the margins were equal all the way around, the object would probably look as if it was sliding off the page a bit. Now, if you've got an image filling the page, that's not an issue. But if there's a frame around it, that's an issue. And the fact that your type doesn't go right to the edge means your type is sort of generating a frame that it's occupying. And it doesn't go right to the edge of the page. So outside the type is this area that we need to give it a slightly bigger width at the bottom to lift the type up a bit, or it will look like it's sliding off the page. If you've ever gone to an art gallery and you see a painting that's not just in a frame where it goes out to the edge, but there's a mat around the painting, almost every time the mat will be thicker at the bottom of the painting than on the other 3 sides, because otherwise it looks wrong. It's one of those interesting little things that the psychology of design will say you should take this into account because it's going to make a difference. Same thing's true if you're designing a poster or a flyer. If there's any indication of a frame which can be created by the presence of text, lift it up a bit. So I'm going to make the bottom margin 11. Oops, I didn't need to make all of them 11. I'll unlink it, make the bottom margin 11. Now, bleed and slug. Well, let's say it's probably going to have color, something going off the edge all the way around. Who knows? Add a bleed 3 mil on all 4 sides. It's not a facing page document, so you don't have to take it off the left-hand margin. Bleed and slug. I'm going to give this a 10 millimeter bleed all the way around. Put in 10, click on the link icon. It doesn't matter if I'm making it a link or an unlink icon, that click will put that number in for all of them. And then that's it. Now, if I thought I want to save this stuff as a preset, I would click up here on this little icon on the right and give it a name, and it will then be saved under the Saved tab, and I could just get it from there. If I'm going to make a template out of it, I probably wouldn't bother, because all this will save is the basic page layout that I've done here. It won't save any of the other things I'm going to do to it. So I'm not going to bother with a preset. I'm just going to click on Create. And there is my page for a full three-panel a trifold. 2 pages. Because they're not facing pages, they're positioned vertically one above the other, which is handy. I can just scroll back and forth. Now I've got to divide this into 3 unequal columns and somehow hang on to that information in a way that doesn't get in the way of what I want to do, but helps it. So the width of the long edge on an A4 is 297 millimeters. So I've got to divide that up into 3 unequal sections. Now, if it was 300, 3 equal sections would be 100 millimeters each. Okay, well, one of these panels needs to be narrower than the other 2. So how about we take the 97 off it, leaving 200. And then that's the fold-in panel that's narrower. Then of the 200 that I've got left, I've got to divide that in half so that one panel is fractionally wider than the other. So how about we do 99.5 and 100.5. And that adds up to 297, and it works. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, in order to hang on to the information, I'm going to do this panel on the left, this one in the middle, this one on the right. So I'm going to drag in a guide off the rulers on the left. You just click on the ruler, you drag onto the page, and there's a guide, a temporary guide. When you let go of it, it'll turn light blue. If you click and drag on it with a selection tool, select it, it turns dark blue. You can move it around. You can also position it with this number on the control bar. So if I type into that 100.5 and then just press enter, that's exactly where this guide just went. And if I scroll the page up, you can see these reach, this is 1 millimeter every 2 units, so half a unit, that's 0.5 of a millimeter, so it's 100.5, absolutely perfect. And InDesign can measure to 1,000th of a millimeter, so it's pretty good. Now for the next guide, I want another one to divide up the next 2 panels. The thing is that these first 2 panels add up to 200, 99.5 and 100.5. So what I've got to do is position another guide at the 200 point, and I'll have my 3 column widths. So you just drag in another guide, drop it anywhere you like, and tell it to go to 200 and press enter. And there are my 2 guides at exactly the right position for the 3 panels. Did that work okay?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
And this is all written, all of this is in our instruction.
All of this is in the instructions, yeah. Whole thing. Great. Now it's a really useful method. You can also drag horizontal guides down from the ruler at the top. You can position them in the same way. Only a vertical guide is positioned according to X values, and those are measured from the left-hand edge of the page. And a horizontal guide is positioned according to Y values, which are measured from the top of the page. So you can move things around by changing the X and the Y numbers. In fact, if I've got a rectangle on the page, there's my X and Y, and there's my width and height. Now, where is it measuring the X and Y from? The answer is, in this case, it's the top right corner. If I wanted it to measure from the center, I'd click on that central point. Now it's measuring from the center. If I click on the top left corner, and then I zero both of these, it puts that rectangle right up on the top left corner of the page, because it's measuring from this corner, and that corner is set to 0x, 0y. You can move things around by changing the X values and the Y values. You can also change the width and the height by changing these. At the moment, they're not linked. If that was on, I would maintain this as a proportion. If it's not on, I could say, okay, well, I want the width to be 100. And if I decided I want to change the width to 150, but I want to add half that on the left and half that on the right, I'd first of all click on the center dot, and then change that to 150, and then press enter. And it measures from the center. Very useful. If you've got an image on the page, so if I just quickly bring in an image, my old favorite, and it treats that as being 100% width, 100% height. Well, let's say I want 50. I want the image 50% that width, 50% that height. Proportions are on, so it'll keep these linked. All I've got to do is click on the arrow and choose 50, and there it is. Half the size it was before. Actually a quarter, but it's half the width and half the height. So these numbers up in the control bar, very, very useful, really handy. There's more stuff here that is even, it's still useful, but that's a good start. Anyway, it's time for lunch at last. We haven't had a morning break, but we do get a lunch break. So, unless there's any questions that you want to ask before lunch?
Are we coming back to the trifold?
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine. We can wait, because I want to know how, if I wanted to center an image in one of the columns.
Gotcha. How you do it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
If you could try and remind me that, I will probably remember, but there's no guarantee. But I'll show you how to do that. It's very straightforward. It's a bit of a rocket science fix, so kitchen table science, but it works.
Okay. Simple is good for me.
Me too. Best way. Have to keep it simple. I just don't understand. Laura, did you have any questions before we had a break?
No, I think we're all good here.
Okay, great. In that case, I'll see you back at 1.
See you in a bit.
So, are you both there, Felicity and Laura?
Felicity and Laura?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Great. Felicity, are you there? We have no Felicity.
Cool.
I guess at least with your mic on, Laura, we have 2 of me. Oh, there's Felicity.
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. Okay.
I'm here.
Very good. So we'll carry on if you're both okay for that.
Yep.
Because don't forget, you can stop anytime.
Mark,
Yes.
sorry, just to remind you, I'll be jumping off at 1:45 for half an hour, just to say again.
Got it. 1:45 for half an hour. Okay.
1:45 for half an hour. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. Okay, right, let's carry on. So there's the guides on page 1 that we put in before lunch. Now, of course, on page 2, the narrow panel is over here on the left, and the wide panel is over here on the right. So the guides are not in the same place on page 2. But they're in the right place on the template. So I'm just going to focus on page 1. You could figure out the numbers for page 2 easily enough and do that, but I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to do page 1.
So does that does that mean we have to do that? The pages aren't linked, so we do each page separately.
The pages are separate items, and there's no linked object running between them, like a frame of text that starts on one page and goes to the other.
No, I mean, if we adjust the where the lines are, where the breaks are, the columns are on one page, does it automatically do it the same as the other? In which case, but so that's my question. I'm sorry, I'm not being totally articulate. So we do each page separately.
In this case, yes.
Putting the measures in, yeah.
Because in this case, I'm working directly on the pages, and therefore each page is a law unto itself. If I was working on the master page, so if I go to the pages window, both page 1 and 2 have an A in them, indicating that they're being potentially formatted by anything I put on the master page. I haven't put anything on the master page. But if I'd set up these guides on the master page, they would be in the same place on both page 1 and 2.
Right. So you don't. Okay.
In addition to that, I wouldn't be able to touch them on page 1 and 2. I'll show you. I'll go to the master page. I'll just drag a guide in and put it roughly in the middle of the page. Now I'll go back to page 1. There it is. Now I can select this one. I can select that one. But I can't select the one in the middle because it's from the master page. So you can put guides on a master page and have them appear, and they'll sort of behave as they should, but that would mean that they are the same on both pages, which is not what I want.
No.
Okay. Now the next thing is that I've got a left-hand margin here and a 8mm margin on the left. I've got an 8mm margin on the right. And really, I want an 8mm margin either side of these folds. So for example, if I put text in this column, I could go up to there, out to there, down to there, and over to there's nothing there yet. So I want to put an 8mm margin either side of these fold guides to designate the area that I might want to put text into. Now they're just guides, they don't have to be adhered to. I can completely ignore them. They won't appear in the print. They're just there to help. That being the case, use guides because you might as well. They're there to help you. And there's a very easy way of generating a margin either side of the fold guides. And this is how you do it. Click and drag with the selection tool, click and drag across both those guides to select them. And they'll both turn dark blue. While they're selected, go up to the Edit menu and choose Copy. We're not going to paste. Once they're copied, go back up to the Edit menu and choose Paste in Place. Now, when you do that, it's important that you don't click on anything, because right now, the two dark blue guides that you can see are actually on top of two other guides that you can't see. And if you clicked anywhere else, you'd lose this selection and everything would sort of land in a heap. But at the moment, because only the top two guides are selected, if I come up here, now I'm going to ignore the width panel, that's bogus. But here's the X panel that says how far in these guides are from the left-hand edge of the page. Now if you just click after the MM and then type +8 and press enter, the two top guides move 8mm to the right. further away from the left-hand edge of the page. Let me know if that worked.
Yes.
Excellent.
So in effect, by selecting the fold guides, you've actually duplicated them.
Exactly.
Or yeah.
Not only duplicated them in exactly the same place as the originals. They're just on top of them.
So what you're doing is moving the originals.
No, I'm moving the copy.
Okay.
When you paste in place, you get a new copy on top of the originals. At that point, the originals are no longer selected. The new ones that you've just pasted in place still are selected.
Yes, but when you moved the fold lines to the left, you've moved the original because they're not selected.
On mine, I moved the lines to the right. When you type in
Okay.
you're increasing the dimension from the X
Right.
edge of the page, so they're further away. Now, in order to do the guides on the other side, now we don't have to copy anything, but we do have to paste. But we can now still go edit, edit, paste in place. And that gives me 2 new guides on top of the original fold guides. And again, don't click on anything. And then you click after the MM in the X field, and this time type -8 and press enter. They'll move to the left. And now you've got your fold guides in the middle and an 8mm margin either side.
I assume this is in the this is already done in your tri-fold.
Oh yes.
Okay. Gosh.
This is to my way of thinking, this is a brilliant technique because you can create guides exactly where you want them in relation to guides you've already got.
Sure.
I really like it. Now, if you want, you could click and drag across all of them and then go Object, Lock. And that just makes it a little harder to move them around. You can still drag them and move them, but that's not a bad idea. Now I would want to put the fold lines in, and that's another little tricky sequence of stuff that's very useful for other things. So first of all, I'm going to hold down the space bar, which gives me a grabber hand, and then drag down a little bit, because this is the area that I want to zoom into. So I'm going to hold down Command and spacebar together, which gives me a zoom tool, and then click and drag and draw a bounding box on that area, which includes the slug, the bleed, the edge of the page, the margins, and the 3 guides. And then you let go with the mouse first, and you've got that area sitting in front of you. So the fold line is going to go from the edge of the page to where? Actually, it's not. It's going to go from the bleed to the slug, not the edge of the page. But we'll start it at the edge of the page because otherwise we can't put it in exactly the right position. So as I normally do with the rectangle tool or the ellipse tool, if I select that tool, the first thing I'll do before I actually draw the shape is set up the colors that I want to occupy it when I draw it. I won't do it before I select the rectangle tool. I'll only do it after I've selected the rectangle tool. And in this case, I don't want the rectangle tool, I want the line tool, which is underneath the letter T. And it's so easy, I didn't even bother to show it to you yet. But again, I'm going to set up what I want the line tool to do. Now, the idea with the line tool is you click and you drag and you let go, and there's your line. It's that easy. And the line is whatever it says up here on the control bar. Lines have no fill. They do have a stroke. The stroke has a width, and the line also has a style. There's all these different styles. Some of them are really strange. Some of them are fairly straightforward. So I'm going to use solid. Anyway, I don't want this line, so I'll delete it. What I want is not a black line. I want registration color. I mentioned that yesterday. It's all for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. And if you use it on the live area of the job, like if you wanted a black solid somewhere and you wanted it to be nice and dense, and you used registration, if the job was being printed using offset litho printing, it would kill it. You can't do that with offset litho printing, because that means using plates and ink. Now, a lot of printing these days is done digitally, and digitally is great up to about 750 copies. More than that, and you're probably better off doing it offset because it's probably cheaper. When you're doing an offset job, you've got setup costs and running costs. You've got to create the plates and set up the press. Those are the setup costs. You've got to do that whether you're doing one copy or a million. But the running costs, you'll get breaks on the paper for larger quantities, so gradually the per piece price goes down. So if you're doing 100,000 copies of something, and which I've done many times, offset litho is the way to go. If you're doing 50 copies of something, offset litho would be a ridiculous way to go. You'd have to do all the plates, way too expensive. Much better to do digital printing. You just push a button and out it comes. There's no break on digital printing. Every print is the same process. So I'm going to assume that I might one day want to do offset printing. Hence a choice of registration color, because if each plate is producing a different color, and I've created an object that's printed in all four, if one of the plates is out of alignment, I'll be able to see it because that colored object will be off center. Now I don't want to be 1 point wide, that's actually quite thick. I want half a point, and you can choose it from the list here. 1/4 point's too thin. And I don't want a solid line, I want a dashed line. Now you've got to be careful, because if you do a dashed line that's too thin, most people would look at it and think, actually, that's a very, very thin solid line. You can't tell. So I'm going to use this one, dashed 4 and 4. And then, even if someone is legally blind, they can probably see it as a dashed line. Now, I say that because I've worked in printing a lot, and I walked in one day to the shop that I was running, production manager, and somebody who was legally blind was running the cutting machine. This is not a good idea. So it can happen. Anyway, I want to draw a line from the edge of the page up to the slug, and I want it to be perfectly vertical. So I'm going to position the cursor exactly where I want, right at the edge of the page, then hold down the Shift key, and then click and drag up to the slug, and let go with the mouse. And there's my dotted line in exactly the right place, the right width, the right dots, and the right color. But it is the wrong length. We can fix that. And if that line was very slightly off vertical, you could tell by looking at this reference point grid in the top left corner of the control bar. And you can see in mine, those 3 central dots are sort of slightly more awake than the dot columns on either side. If I click on, say, there, you can see these central dots are slightly darker. So that tells me that line is perfectly vertical. If it was even a fraction of a degree off, that would show as a diagonal, not vertical. So that tells me that's fine. And then I'm going to click on the top dot, because that not only measures from that point, it locks that point in place. This is why if you've got a rectangle and you're expanding the width Equally on either side, you'd click on the center dot because it locks the center in place, and then the additional width has to go either side of it. And in this case, I've locked the top of the line in place because this measurement says L10. That's the length of my line. Well, I want L7 because I wanted to go from the bleed to the slug, and the bleed is 3 millimeters away from the edge of the page. So having locked the top of it in place, you just click 3 times on the down arrow, and now my line is exactly right. This is a similar process that you'd go through anytime you want to create a fold on something. And it's easier to work on an InDesign document when you know already where those folds need to be. And so what I would do is cut a sheet of paper to the right size and fold it up to how I want, and then measure. And those measurements go into InDesign. And then I already know it works.
Would you need to put the same line at the bottom of the document?
You don't need to. All we need is one, and I'll show you why. By the way, I've not forgotten about putting an image in the middle of the panel. We'll do that too.
Thank you. I had.
Okay, so a dotted line is supposed to say to the printer, don't cut here, fold here. And sometimes printers get it wrong. So my policy with getting something printed is every possible opportunity I can, I'll go through the job with them. Because if it's a biggish print shop, you might find you're talking to someone different every time you talk to them. So everyone needs to know. And I'll also hedge my bets here. So I'm going to put the word fold next to this line. And then if anyone cuts along it, surely they're the ones you should blame, not me. Hopefully. And the thing with printing is anytime there's a gray area, everybody pays. So you've got to make it absolutely clear, because mistakes will happen. You just don't want the finger pointing at you, especially if you are printing 100,000 of something. Yeah. So I'm going to get the type tool and draw a text frame. Now, if the text frame disappears right after you drew it, you just didn't draw it big enough to hold basic paragraph text. So just draw it a bit bigger. Then I'll just type the word fold. And I'll highlight that. And because this whole area is off the edge of the page, I'm going to tell that to be registration color as well. Oops, I just added, my mistake. I added a stroke of registration color. That should be none, and the fill should be registration. There we go. And I'm going to tell this to be 6 point as well. Now 6 point is about as small as my eyes can deal with reasonably well. And I'm going to make the frame fit around the type, double click on the bottom right hand corner, click and drag that down next to the line and rotate it. There's these two rotate icons up here on the control bar. There's also a flip vertically and a flip horizontally, flip vertically and flip horizontally. It doesn't matter which one of these you use. This means you can put it right next to the line. And then if you want, you can click and drag across both objects. Now, don't click on them. Click and drag across them, because then there's no chance you're going to move them. If you click on them, you might move them. So just click and drag across them. And then go Object, Group. And that gives you one set of handles around both objects. And it means that object would move as one thing, it would resize as one thing, and it just makes it easier to handle. Now I want a duplicate of that on top of the next set of folds, next set of guides, which are over here. And it's easy. I don't have to make a copy and position it carefully. I can just do it all automatically. how far away from this guide is this one? In other words, how wide is that central panel? 99.5. So what I've got to do is copy this, paste it in place, and then say plus 99.5 for the X measurement. Bang. Let's try it. So I've got that selected, edit copy, edit paste in place, click after the X, the mm in the X field, type plus 99.5, press enter, done. Perfectly positioned. So now I've got these two at the top of the page. I would want two more at the bottom of the page. I'll zoom out with Command 0, and I'll actually zoom out a little bit more with Command minus so we can see those. Now I'm going to click and drag across these to select them both. I don't need to worry about selecting the guides as well. This is a difference between InDesign and Illustrator. If I click and drag across an object and the guides, it only selects the object. In Illustrator, it would have selected the guides as well. So I can click and drag across both of those and select them, and no guides got damaged. And then I'll go Object, Group again. And then it's pretty much the same as it was before. Copy, Command C, edit paste in place, which is actually Command Shift Alt V. That's a good shortcut to know. Or you can do just edit paste in place. Now I'm not going to drag it down the page. I can move it down the page. I can just hold down the Shift key and then hold down the down arrow and keep it held down, and down it comes. And when it gets close, I'm going to let go of the Shift key, which means it's just under the control of the arrow. And I'll zoom in a bit. No, I got it right. Perfect. That's too high, that's too low, that's right on the money. So now I've got my four guides positioned exactly where I want them around the edge of the page. I've got the guides in place, I've got the margins, the bleed, the slug, everything ready to go. The only other thing I would want to do to save that as a template is if I knew colors, paragraph styles that I might want to have, I would probably put them in now and then save it as a template. I didn't put any of those in on the template that you guys have because it just all depends what contents you want to put in there. You do have one thing on that template that I don't have here. I actually created a paragraph style for the word fold. And you'll see when you open it, there's a paragraph style called fold. Now don't mess with it, don't even open it. Because anything you do to it, it probably will make the word fold no longer fit in that frame. So just leave it, it's okay, and it's formatting the word to fit in that frame. But remember, I closed the frame down around the word. If there's any change to that word at all, it probably means it won't fit. So you'd have a blank space next to the dotted line. So just leave that paragraph style on its own and make your own on top of it. Heading, things like that. If I did want to make a paragraph style, so let's say that's going to be a heading. And I'd click inside it, and I'd come to my paragraph styles window, and I'd click basic paragraph, I click new options button, new paragraph style, call it heading. Okay, there it is. Now let's say I want to do a subheading. Click inside it. Oh, it didn't hear my, there we are. Now, when I decide to make that into a new paragraph style, I've got a choice because I could have that selected or I could have that selected. If you make a new paragraph style and you've got basic paragraph selected, it doesn't put anything in here. Whereas if I had heading selected, I can probably show you this better if I just said new paragraph style with heading selected, and it immediately puts heading in as the basis for what this style is going to be based on. So if you do make a new paragraph style, make sure you've got basic paragraph selected, and then you won't get any parent-child style setups that you didn't really want. Now I'm going to bring in an image, so Command D. Let's have something different. Garden. Let's make it a bit smaller. Okay, so I want to position that exactly in the center of this frame. How do I do it? You get the Type tool, and you click on that margin, and you click and drag to this margin. And then you switch to the Selection tool, and that is dead center. I'll zoom in on it. And you drag in a guide, and the guide snaps to that center. If you've got View, Grids and Guides, snap to guides on. That is what allows all of the guides on the page to exert a little sort of magnetic pull. So now I know where the middle is. I don't need this frame anymore. I can grab this, drag it across, and then zoom in a bit and tap with the arrow keys until it's right in the middle or as close as I need. And that image is now centered on the frame. I told you it was a kitchen table fix.
So you do exactly the same for the other columns. You pull a box across.
Yeah, if I wanted to
Measure.
find out, if I wanted to find out the exact center, that's what I'd do. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that in the instructions?
No, because it's not part of making the trifold. Actually, it's just
Okay.
like an additional question you came up with. So that one you'd have to just make a note of.
Yeah.
If you want to position something centrally within any margins, I would just do that. I'd draw a type frame or a rectangle, doesn't matter which, like that. And
Yeah.
there's your handles. Then you can grab a guide and drop it in the middle.
Yeah.
And then delete the object. You've got your guide. Then job done.
Yeah.
That's also useful if you've got something that you want to position centrally to the image. So for example, I'll just make this image bigger. So I'll click and drag like so. And I'm going to tap, I want this object to be in the middle. Oh, it's not going to quite make it. I have to make this bigger. There we go. Ooh, I'm just going to make it there. So handy for that too, for that sort of thing.
But you could also create a rectangle and then center it in the rectangle. Centering tools, can't you?
The image will tend to sit centrally to the rectangle, or whatever shape you draw. But you can't rely on it. Let me see if I can come up with an example of that. That's a rectangle. Okay, so there's an ellipse which is not centered. Now, if I say put an image inside that, and I want that one, that's centered to the image. But there's no guarantee that it's going to be like that. It could be parked up in the top left corner. If the frame is way too big for the image, it might not put it in the center. Let me try and sort that. So let's do another ellipse and make it really big. And then I'll put the same image into that. Yeah, it centered that too. So, yep, I guess it will.
You know, it's kind of like how I do it at the moment, because I didn't know about the measures.
Right.
I put the box where I wanted it to be, and then put the object inside it and center the image however I wanted to fill the box.
Right. That's, yeah, that works. That's a good way to do it. I've done that many times. It's a hands-on tool. InDesign really is a hands-on tool. I think working with things manually is a really good way of achieving the result. And if it's all, you know, oh, there's a button to do this and a button to do that, well, there's a point where I lose interest. I don't know if you noticed in Photoshop, they've just added a new button in 2020, remove background. Now, for a lot of people, that's been the sort of holy grail for a long time, is how do I lift this object out of the background? Well, if you delete the background, you're left with the object. So it's a one-click thing. That doesn't always work, but for a lot of things, it'll work. That kind of takes the fun out of it. You know, I spent a lot of time refining my selection techniques so I can make a selection of pretty much anything I want. And to find that they've suddenly produced this magic solution for it is a bit depressing.
Well, I suppose it's, yes.
Sometimes I just want to go back in time, you know.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see, though, that it doesn't always work. Quite happy to see that. Anyway, that's a layout for a trifold. I've got these additional guides in, but now, so at that point, to save it as a template, I would go File, Save As, InDesign 2020 template. Now I'll do it so that you can see the result. So let's go back to InDesign, so detect. There we go. I'll put it here. So I'm going to call this a template, and it's trifold 2. Save. There it is, trifold 2 INDT. Now I'm going to close it. Now I'll go to open it again. So there it is. Shows up just like a regular InDesign document. Open. Untitled. I've opened a copy. The trifold document is still safe where I got this one from. This is a mirror image copy of it. Not a mirror image, it's a perfect copy of it with everything. And everything works, everything's ready to go. You can select everything, delete everything you want, add whatever you want. And so that's the real benefit of a trifold. Once you've saved an image, a document as a trifold, you can't easily upset it. Now, if you really wanted to, if I decided, oh, well, look, I don't want that, I don't want that, that's my trifold. In order to edit it, what I'd have to do is this. File, Save As. Tell it to save it as a trifold. That's a template, sorry. Called trifold 2 INDT in the same place as the original. And then when I say save, it says, are you sure? You're going to have to replace it. Yep. Now I'll close this, and I'll open up another copy. And I've updated it. Those two guides no longer exist. So you can update a trifold, but you've got to sort of go through 2 sets of security to do it. The main purpose is you can create a copy of it easily.
So for the second page, is there a simple way of reversing it? I mean, can you use the sort of vertical flip? Or do you have to redo the columns so they reverse in size?
You really have to redo them, but as with everything, there's kind of a trick to that too. So I'll show you that. Now, to do this one, I put in the first column at 100.5, and the second one was easy, it was 200. So I'd want to do that in reverse. I want to sort of count my 97 first, and so on. So I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do it, well, I'll show you. So there's page 2. The numbers for the rulers run from the top left corner. If I wanted to reposition them, I would click on this little box where the two rulers coincide and drag that. That is the 0 point. And wherever I let go of it, that is where 0
point is. Yeah, okay.
If I wanted to put it back in the top left corner, I would double click on that, and it's now back where it used to live in the top left corner. So at the moment, it's counted from 0 to 297. Well, if I drag that and put that on the top right corner of the page instead, it's going to count 0 from here and 297 from here. Okay, so now I'll drag in a guide, and I'll tell that to go to minus 100.5, and there it is. And I'll drag in another one and tell this one to go to minus 200, bang. And there we are, and I've set up my guides for page 2.
Yeah. Yes.
Then you would probably want to remember to put the 0 point back to where it originally came from.
Yes.
Maybe, you know.
Which is what I would forget.
Well, it wouldn't be the end of the world if you forget. I mean, it really wouldn't matter, because the main thing you're going to be measuring with is to position those two guides and then to do the margins. But of course, the margins are based on the selection and the paste in place of those two objects. It's not dependent on specific numbers up here, because you're just saying go 8 to the left, or 8 to the right.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So once you put those two guides in place, you don't need the rulers anymore.
No. You need to select the both and then click copy and paste, and then in place, and then
copy paste in place.
Yeah.
Don't do copy and paste.
No, I meant copy in place.
Yeah. Paste in place.
I've adjust my dentures.
Yeah. There's another thing here called object styles, you may have noticed. So we've got paragraph styles. I showed you about character styles yesterday. Object styles, now that's a different thing again, and it's a style. So that's an indication that it's going to hang on to a set of information as a sort of a macro and allow you to apply it or update it somewhere else. Now, the big benefit of those, well, I'll show you. Let's say that I've got a block of text, the old favorite, and I'm going to put a rectangle over here filled with a color. Any color will do. And I'm going to apply a text wrap to that, bounding box text wrap with 3 mil of space on the right. So when I drag that over here, it shifts the text out of the way like that. And you see there's a big space underneath it. Well, that's because that edge of that object would hit the ascenders on that line. So I can move it down. I can actually move it down until it hits the descenders on the line below, and then it pushes them out of the way. So I could do that. Okay. Now I'm going to add a couple of special effects to the box. For instance, let's have a bevel, a bigger one than this. Chisel hard, nice hard beveled edge. Looks good. Do I want anything else? I'm going to do a tiny, tiny drop shadow on it as well. So drop shadow, that's far too big. So I'll turn this down. Just that, just small. Okay, that's my appearance. Now I'll save that as an object style. So I'll select the object, go to Object Styles, New Object Style, and I'll call it Bevel and Shadow. And this is what it's going to pick up. Everything. Now, I may not want it to pick up the fill, because if I pick up the fill, whatever I apply it to will turn green. So I don't want it to pick up the fill, but I do want it to pick up everything else. And it's got all the effects. I mean, if this picks up everything, even stuff that I've not bothered with. And now I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to draw an ellipse, and I'm going to fill the ellipse with red. Flat ellipse. So I select it and go to Object Styles and choose Bevel and Shadow, bang.
Yeah.
Change the fill color because I told it not to. Did change the bevel and shadow. Now the text wrap's different because on a shape, you don't have a left, a right, an up, and a down offset. With a rectangle, you do. So with a shape, you've only got one offset value. If I put that in here, I need to choose this. I don't want, so you do sometimes have to change a little bit, but you can. And the bulk of what you wanted to do is done. The bevel is identical, the shadow's identical. Easy enough to change the text wrap. So that's what object styles are for. They're really handy.
Mm. It's quite useful. The time when I know I end up having to do a folder is a group that I belong to goes, or should have gone this year, but we'll put it off till next, hopefully, to spend a week in somewhere in the UK, visiting as many as possible of the National Trust properties in that area.
Oh, nice.
And in order to inform the Belgians who are coming with us, the friend who organises it needs a sort of little brochure, as much to say we're going to be here at this time, there at that time, and this, you know, so everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing.
Right.
In theory. So it's adding photographs of the place. Maybe a tiny map, some instruction, just sort of, yeah. So that's what I would normally, that's the most, that's the thing I know I end up having to do.
Right.
And this template will be absolutely brilliant because boy, did I struggle last year.
What kind of places have you been on this, with this?
We went to, they've been going for donkey's years, but I've been to the Lake District, to the Midlands, we did Gloucester, Hereford, and Worcester, and along that strip of the country.
Right.
This year we were supposed to be going to Cornwall, Devon and Cornwall, and staying in Plymouth, but it got sort of cancelled.
Yeah. Well, that would have been nice.
It would have been, along with a trip to Japan in May for a photographic holiday.
Oh, good.
There's another archaeological project that I'm involved in July. So kind of like my summer, which was going to be quite busy, isn't.
So
Anyway,
is archaeology something that you're also interested in?
I got roped into a project called Waterloo Uncovered,
Mm,
and I'm the finds photographer for that project,
how nice.
which is fascinating.
I bet.
Um,
Yeah.
I can be sitting around twiddling my thumbs or manically busy. It's kind of one or the other,
Right. Right.
but it's fascinating.
I bet. Yeah. I bet.
So,
I love archaeology, history, and I used to live in Dorchester when I came back from the States. And my wife, one year, I guess she couldn't think what to get me for my birthday. She got me a metal detector.
mm,
Now I thought, do I have to have an anorak to use this? You know, I really had no idea. And I put it in the wardrobe and basically forgot about it. And then a couple of years later, found it and I thought, oh dear, I better do something with this. But I want to do it properly and I don't want to, just go out and be a pirate.
yeah,
So I looked around online and I found there's a club in Weymouth, 6 miles south. And I called them up and found myself talking to the secretary, very bright, breezy sounding fellow. Yes, he said, come on down. We meet once a month and show each other what we found. And I thought, oh no, that sounds dreadful. But I went because I wanted to find out how you do this.
mm-hmm.
And what he hadn't told me was that in January, when they meet, they bring in the best thing they found all year. And so I walked into this room filled with total strangers, and the tables were littered with gold and silver. I couldn't
Yeah,
believe it.
yeah,
And this total stranger turned to me and said, wow, look at this, and put this coin into my hand. And it's Richard II. It's gold. It's quite big. And it's in mint condition. And I'm thinking, this should be in a museum,
yeah.
I
Should
couldn't
be.
believe it. Yeah. And I thought, well, I could probably manage to do this. And I found out, that you go and ask the permission from the farmer. You develop an ongoing relationship with a local finds liaison officer. You do it the right way. And
Yeah.
in 2008, I found a hoard of medieval silver.
Oh wow, how fantastic!
It was incredible. In fact, I'm just going to find it for you because my daughter-in-law in the States conned me. She said, oh, send me a few pictures of things you found because we don't have anything like that in the States. So I did, and she built this website for me. And
Here's what
is,
it looked like.
that's a handful of medieval silver. And that's the hole I found it in. This is the guy that I co-wrote the polytunnel books with. That's me before the dogs ate my beard. And we even took a movie of it. We had a camera with us, so I took a movie of the hoard being found, which I think is fairly unique. And it all went up to the British Museum, and they hung on to it for a couple of years and did a beautiful job identifying it. And that was
Yeah,
supposed to be the last of it I ever saw, because they were going to sell it to the Dorset County Museum,
yeah,
and I would then split the money with the farmer. Um, it wasn't a desperately important hoard. The finds liaison officer just, yeah, it's treasure, so what? And then I got a letter from the museum because the government cut their budget the week they were due to close the deal. And the letter said, the Crown has officially disclaimed interest in your hoard, which means basically you're getting it back. And this is the only proof you'll ever have that it belongs to you, not us. And so I got it back, and it's sitting in a bank, and there it will remain until I decide to give it to one of the kids, I guess. But it's great. All of these names in orange are monarchs for whom I found coins,
it's
and there's
fantastic.
also artifacts as well. But some of these are just really surprising. Like these are pre-Roman conquest silver coins found in the UK.
Wow.
So we were actively trading with Rome for a long time. There's
Oh yes,
well-known
absolutely.
Roman wall builder, bricklayer. Um, this one, I lived in Dorchester. I'd never found a Roman coin. Dorchester's a Roman city or
Yes.
town. And I kept on complaining to this friend of mine. And eventually he said, look, I'm going to take you to a field that I've got permission to detect in. We'll find you a Roman coin, and then I don't want to hear any more about it. So he took me to this field. He walked along next to me until I got a signal, and then we dug up a clod of earth. He broke it in half, waved the bits in front of the detector. Oh, it's in this piece. Broke it in half, waved the bits. Oh, it's in this piece. Gradually whittled it down to here. He said, there's this featureless copper disc. It's a Roman coin. Now shut up. And he said, I'm going to do some serious detecting now, so don't bother me. And off he walked. And a few seconds later, my headphones went boom, and this was what I'd found.
Wonderful.
It's called a phallus. My friend has been collecting these coins for 30 years. This is the best one he's ever seen, and I've just found it in his field. He was livid.
Yes, that'll teach him to, but you know, it's the way to do it. I mean, we're digging on the battlefield site, and it's a major excavation.
Yeah.
It's not just it's there. The charity brings over a lot of ex-service people suffering from mental health issues and some physical disability. But it's funny, last year we changed where we were based, and we were based in what was Wellington's Field Hospital.
Right.
And nobody, because the owner of this building, majority of it is still alive and kicking, but there's been a lot of redevelopment on the site. So the only place that was worth digging in was an orchard, not a big orchard. And they do radar and looking at what might be buried there, and then obviously the metal detectorists let rip.
Yes.
And then they dig trenches and stuff. And nothing very much showed up in the orchard. Nobody was desperately surprised. And it happened that on the hill beyond where the orchard was, which led up to the main battle site, the farmer was bringing in the harvest. So one of the metal detectorists legged it up and said to the farmers, do you think we could do some metal detecting in your field? Because it was virgin field. Nobody, because it was farm land and off the sort of main battlefield pathways, if you like.
Right.
They thought, well, you know, possible.
Yeah.
So the farmer said, sure, give me a chance to get the hay off, you know, in and out.
Right.
And so the second week they started, the metal detectors went into the field. You have never, there were musket balls all over the place.
Right.
You couldn't escape musket balls. We've never had so many musket balls. It was ridiculous.
Gotcha.
They found a cannon ball, but it was a French cannonball, and it wasn't where we would expect it to be.
Right.
And the evidence that showed was probably that the fighting had got much closer to Wellington's Field Hospital than had previously been thought.
Right.
The excitement was twofold. They dug up what looked like a much bigger cannonball, and the Fines people, and I work in the same room as the Fines the fine specialist has the job of cleaning things up, so that I can photograph them before they are catalogued. And so she was walking around with this thing, and then they started cleaning it. And then she realized there was a hole in the side of this big ball.
Oh no.
Then panic set in.
Yeah.
Because as you sound as if you already know,
I do.
What happened was they packed these things with explosive, and so nobody knew, nor could we take the risk of the explosives still being primed.
Right.
Nobody thought it very lightly, but that meant that they had to basically dig a hole. Well, they got to one of the trenches in the orchard, put the cannonball in, called the police, who eventually called the army,
Right.
who came and picked it up. Now, Belgian police and army are very, very used to this happening.
I bet.
With all the First World War. So that was the other exciting bit, was strangely, very few bodies have been found on the battle site.
Right.
Given the carnage, partly because the thinking is that the bodies, although buried initially, were dug up at some point, their bones ground up and liberally and then transported back to the UK, where they were spread over the farmland of England.
Right.
Turned into fertilizer.
Good heavens.
But they found a trench, which actually would have been a ditch running either side of a pathway running through the farm. Body parts.
Oh.
So the trenches
from the hospital.
From the hospital.
Right.
And at the time they were discovered, it was a bit sort of, there were an awful lot of press wandering around, British press particularly, but not only them. And we were absolutely everybody was on, we will not mention anything at all until all the pressure's gone away.
Yeah.
Which is what happened. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. But it was quite clear that we had leg bones, bits of horse, feet,
right.
A lot, which kind of makes sense. You know, they just dumped the fruits of the amputations that went on in the trench, and eventually that would have been very quickly covered up. But it was the first time. They found there's a farm called Hougoumont, which is of particular interest to British soldiers. They were finishing doing the dig and in the courtyard. And we had found one button from one of the Coldstream Guard uniform. And on almost the last 3 days of the dig, another 6 buttons came up, which, given the acidity of the soil, and I think the chances of any of it surviving,
right.
And these were people that almost certainly would have died, belonging to uniforms just discarded and ripped off. So although the oldest thing we found, I think, was a prehistoric axe head.
Oh, right.
The newest thing, well, I did manage to photograph a brand new padlock, complete with key and price tag. So
on it then.
No. No, there's a lot of tourists to wander around the battle site, and there are huge reenactments every 5 years or so, and so on. But and coins, we found coins. We found a bit of an 18th century yoke of horse harness, which was pleased the fines, my friend Hilary, the fines expert, no end. On the last day, she was left with this piece of leather which had to be kept wet.
Yes.
And at the same time trying to work out how she was going to preserve all the iron stud work, which needed to be dried. It was sort of, oh no, I don't need this on my last day. Why? But and it is. I think it's fascinating.
It really is.
A lot about the battle, and anyway, that's nothing to do with InDesign.
It's not, but it's something that could be put into a book made in InDesign, of course. So,
well, absolutely. I mean,
I love that stuff. Really do.
If you're interested in it, if you Google Waterloo Uncovered, you'll come across the website.
I'm just making a note of that. Waterloo Uncovered. Very good. I'll do that. Excellent, thanks. That's a great story too. Well, I guess we probably should do some more with InDesign. So let's
Yes.
see. Laura, are you
But
still
I love
there?
your coins. I think
Oh.
they're just, particularly your Pholis.
It is rather nice, I have
It's
to
in
say.
pristine condition.
It is. It's in great condition. Yeah, yeah. I've found some just really surprising stuff. I mean, altogether. Oops, hang on. That's the wrong button to push. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Really,
Yeah.
it's fascinating. I wish I could clear up a few of these gaps, though. I mean, I thought I would have found some Edward IV coins by now, or Henry VIII, but no, not yet. So we'll see.
So the black ones you're still searching for.
Well, I would say I'm still searching, but I haven't actually been out metal detecting since I left Dorchester, which is, 2006. No, that's not. Yes, it is 2006, because I was back there on a visit when I found the hoard. Then I lived in Wales, and
If you
then
live in Hexham, you are very close to a majorly important bit of Roman history.
I'll say it's just up the road.
Yes, I
But
have been to Hexham.
oh, right, okay. Of
Um,
course, you don't go near the Roman wall with a metal detector because someone's going to shoot you with it.
no, well, I was going to say, yes, but I mean, you've got all the Celtic history there.
Indeed, there is really a lot. Yeah, there's really a lot. There's
What I love about we went to Hexham Abbey,
right.
and got shown the crypt,
Yes,
which is fabulous.
it's
just
massive, isn't it? Small but perfectly formed. It's great.
So what's the significance of the two different colours on your list of coins?
Oh, the blue ones are just links that have been recently visited. So if I clicked on George III, that's gone blue.
Okay.
That's, so very often with a website, you can tell the code to color the links, unvisited, visited, like that.
Yeah, okay. Huh.
I guess that Laura is off doing whatever she needed to do for the moment.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just show you this quickly before she comes back. Charles the Bold. So Charles the Bold was a contemporary of Richard III.
Right, that's what I heard.
And I found these, they're two coins. It says back and front in a field in Dorset. And I thought, that's strange. I don't recognize these. And I had them identified and found that they were French coins. He's the Duke of Burgundy. Flanders, actually. And they were legal tender in the UK back then. They were valued at 4p. These are in both mint condition. They'd never been in circulation. And I showed them to a fellow at the metal detecting club, who is a very erudite man. He's got about 9 things on display in the British Museum. And he's very well spoken, elderly fellow. And he looked at me and said, well, what I can't understand is why you're still standing in front of me. And I thought, well, this is most unlike this guy, not normally rude. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, look. And you see on this one, there's this tiny little line here. Well, it's on this one as well. And these two coins were made by the same dyes.
Oh, gosh.
Which probably means they were made by the same person on the same day. Quite possibly. And he said, do you really think that somebody brought these all the way from France and buried them in a field, and they only buried 2 of them? And I thought, he's got a point. He said, that is the clearest indication of the existence of a hoard that I've ever seen. And that's why I can't understand why you're not out there looking for it. Well, I've been looking for it several times since then, but I still haven't found it. But it's there because this is proof.
Goodness.
Yeah. And I'd love to find it because as he was a friend of Richard III, possibly a hoard would contain some pretty good condition Richard III coins as well, and that would be a wonderfully interesting thing to find.
Sure, absolutely.
Still, not yet. It's something to look forward to. So Richard III is still on the, he's listed in black, alas.
Yes.
Right, well, we better go back to InDesign and do something, or else Laura's going to wonder what we've been up to. So, show new object styles. Let's see.
So, just check. When you did the oval,
Hmm.
did you just clicked text wrap? But I thought you did a slightly different text wrap.
I did. I'll show you again. I'll do another one. I'll fill that with another color. So I'll apply the same object style to this. So bevel and shadow. So it picks up the bevel, it picks up the shadow, but the text wrap that this has based on it is the second option, bounding box. And that's set to the rectangular frame that encloses the entire object. So if I drag that into the text wrap is to the bounding box. And what I did was I changed it to the shape text wrap.
Okay, yeah,
Which
that makes
only has
sense.
one offset value, and then I increase that a bit, like so.
Yeah, yes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
Text wrap is really, really good, very useful indeed.
I'm very happy to have learned how to do that.
Oh yeah, it's
going to make doing the next brochure easier.
But of course, it is, to me, it's particularly useful when it's used in conjunction with this ignore text wrap box on text frame options, because that allows you to create space around an object created by a text wrap that you can then put other chunks of text into that aren't affected by the text wrap.
Right, so you just leave,
caption.
don't click.
Sorry?
So you don't click ignore text wrap.
If you want something to ignore the text wrap, you would. Now, I wouldn't apply it to anything here, but
no.
If I've got that and I want to put a caption beneath it, so I'd increase the text wrap below the object like so, and then I could create my little caption, which of course is kicked out of the way because there's a text wrap here. That is the one that I would say,
ignore it.
Ignore it, and then you can put it anywhere you want. That's so useful, I cannot tell you.
Yeah.
Just amazingly useful. Right, let's see what else we got. Corner options. That's something that I didn't show you yet. So I'll draw a rectangle and I'll fill it with a color. Any color will do. And I want to change the shape of the corners. Now there's several different ways to do it. One of them is by clicking on this little yellow square. If I do that, all four corners become yellow diamonds. If I grab one of them and pull towards the center, all four corners around it.
Clever.
Now that's one way of doing it, but it only does it to, well, it does it to all four corners. You can't prevent it from doing it to all four corners. So the other way to do it is, instead of clicking on that little square there, I can come up to here and say, well, I want one of those choices. I don't want just rounded, I want maybe beveled corners. And I can increase or decrease the bevel. And again, that affects all four corners, but I've got a choice, at least, of which kind of corner I want. But it still wouldn't really be what I'd want to do, because what I really want to do is only affect one corner. I'm going to round this corner a lot and leave the others square. And to do that, you go to the object menu and down to corner options, and that opens up this little window. Now at the moment, all four corners are linked, so you unlink them, and then you can choose what kind of corner you want. So I'll have rounded in the bottom right. I'll turn on preview, and how much I want it to round.
Okay.
Like so.
Yeah.
And of course, that is a shape that I could put text into or an image. And that's a shape that I've used quite often.
Yeah.
Now, if you really sort of go to town with that, if you really wanted, you could have a different corner option for each corner, which I do not recommend.
No.
It starts to
My
look.
graphic design friends would have a seizure.
Yeah. Indeed. I had somebody in the class once who worked for the government agency that records airline accidents. Now, that occasionally means something really horrific, but generally it meant anything. You know, if you knocked over my garden gnome with your Boeing 747, that would be in it. That would be in this book.
Yeah.
So generally it was fairly light stuff. Now, she was really enthused by the things you could do with lines. Now I'm going to create quite a wide line here. There it is. I'm going to change the color to magenta. And then I'm going to change it to a dotted line. But then if I go to the stroke window, I can choose a gap color, such as green.
That's quite pretty, yes.
Yeah.
I can't see this in the government document, though.
Well, no. I mean, this is another one of those places you've got to be careful that you don't overdo it, or someone's going to say, we don't need this person, you know. So she really loved this stuff, and I was a little bit worried by how undiscriminating she seemed, indiscriminate. She seemed to be about all this stuff. She wasn't really talking about where she should draw the line. So she said, I'm going to send you a copy of our next report. And eventually this A4 folder arrived. Now it had a gradient inside it, light blue to dark blue, sky. And then it had...
The front cover, or
Sorry?
was that the front cover?
That was the front cover.
Okay.
And it had a line that came onto the page like this. Oh, that's not happening. Hold on. That's far too big. And then went down at a 45-degree angle. And at the end of it, well, first of all, the line was this lurid dots with a background, with a gap color, so it was horrible. And at the end of it, there was a little drawing of a plane. So this clearly meant something terrible has happened to the plane, it's going to crash. And that was the front cover of her report. I took one look at it and thought, this person is out of a job. And I never heard from her again.
I was going to say.
Yeah. It was awful. I mean, it was just so horrible. It was funny too, but tragically horrible. Anyway. Oops.
Yes. Got too much time on our hands.
I think so too. Yes. Definitely so. Now then, oh, I know. I'm just going to bring in another image. Guess what?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to make this transparent over on the right. So I showed you the gradient swatch tool yesterday. Well, the one below it is called the gradient feather tool, and you can use this on anything, blocks of color, type, images, and all you have to do is click and drag. Now, where you click, it's opaque. Where you drag to, it's going to become transparent, like that.
Right.
So I could put another rectangle behind this. Oops. I seem to have done that when I didn't have an object selected, so I'll have to fix that in a second. And I'll send that to the back, and you can see the image is truly transparent over the top of it.
Yeah.
So how about if I wanted the image to be solid in the middle and fade to transparency on either side? That's a little trickier, but it can be done. And this is how you do it. I'm going to make a copy of that image, Control C, followed by paste in place, Control Shift Alt V. I've got two. And this one, I'm going to drag this handle to here, which means the top image is only this big. Now, because I didn't tell it to move both the image and the frame, it didn't touch the image, it just touched the handle. So this one, I can get the gradient swatch tool, gradient editor, and click and drag like that. Now this one has become transparent on the left. I can't see that because underneath it is a fully opaque copy. So now I'm going to select the fully opaque copy and drag that one to about here. And then again get the gradient editor and drag like that. And I've actually got two images. The top one fades to the left, the bottom one fades to the right.
Right.
But you can't see the frame.
Clever. I have used it one way, the feather tool, but not both ways.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite handy that.
Yes. So would you use that to put, how would you use that effect? When would you use it?
I've used it on a front and a back cover of a brochure. So this has been the front cover, that's been the back cover.
Okay, yeah.
And I've maybe had a color behind it, so I could have text running off the edge of it.
Sure.
Now, of course, if I did that on a document, so I'll just bin this, and I'll close, actually I'll make a new document, Command N, and I'll have 8 pages, portrait facing pages. Okay. There it is. Oh, it seems to have a bleed and a slug, no matter. So there's my front cover. Actually, I don't want the bleed on the left here. Now, if you've got an object, you've got a document on the page and you want to change it, you can easily. You go File, Document Setup, and pretty much everything is here. So if I decided, well, I don't actually want a bleed on the inside margin, I can unlink them and set that to 0 and OK it, and the bleed is gone from the inside margin.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to zoom out a bit, and then I'll place an image on that page, and I'll make it fairly big, and drag it. I'm going to drag it up to the bleed. I'll have to zoom in a bit to do this, I think. Across the bleed there, and then it's a bit too big here, so I'm going to hold down Control and Shift, Command and Shift. Now, first of all, I'll make it too small, because now I can see the guide. Now it's easier to pull that back out. Whereas if you try to put it in to make it the right size, you might be all day doing that. So there's my image. Now, that's my front cover. I'm now going to cut off half the image. So I'll get the selection tool and just do that. Then I'll copy that, go to page 8, and paste in place. And it appears off the page here. And if I drag that handle, that's the rest of my image. And then I can come across here and drag that handle and cut it off at the spine.
Yeah.
And now I've got half the image on the back and half the image on the front.
Very clever.
It's all cheating. Well, it's not really cheating, but it looks clever. It's actually dead easy. It's just dead easy. Most of this stuff is.
Yeah, I mean, yes. It's like anything. You actually need to know the language before you can ask the questions.
Absolutely. That's absolutely right. Yeah.
Very cool. So, and I mean that makes a great spread across the back and the front.
Right.
When would you use the feather tool?
Well, if I wanted, for example, on the front cover, if I wanted some text around sort of here and down. Now, one thing that you have to be careful with the text is if you're going to put it over the top of an image, it can't fight with the image. And if it does, people are either going to see the text or they're going to see the image. They're not going to see both very easily. So if I wanted a chunk of type that read, I'm just going to fake this. I'll put this on cap lock. Welcome to Stonehenge. Please sit down.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm going to align that to the right.
Stay on the path. Don't spray paint
Oh yes, don't spray paint here. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now I'm going to align that to the right. So Command Shift R. Hello. There we go. And I'm going to make that much, 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 much bigger. Ooh, too big. Well, it's hyphenating and I don't want it to hyphenate it. So make that a bit smaller. 48 point, bold. Forgot the E, can't spell. Okay, so I'm going to make all this a different typeface called Impact, which is one of my favorites, and it's really a strong and bold typeface. There it is. Great. So now that can be quite a bit bigger. Even bigger than that, maybe. Not quite. Well, let's make the frame a bit bigger. There we go. I'll park that over here. And I'm going to put a bit more space in here. Make the frame a bit bigger. Now I'm going to do all that as white type. Now that would work. I could get away with that. But if I decided I wanted to feather this text, this image, which means the text is no longer so apparent. So now, to make the text stand out, I need to add a stroke to it, a black stroke, maybe a couple of points wide, and maybe 1 point would be enough, I don't know. And press W, there's my front cover. So that's using a combination of fading the image out of the way to allow the text to be given this other treatment so that it comes more to the front.
Sure.
It just depends on the design that you're trying to achieve as to how useful this might be. But it is a very useful technique. There's one particular thing about it. I'll go to the back cover to show you. Let's see. Actually, no, I'm going to have to go to an inside page, and I'll bring in another image. So I'll have this one. And I'll put that in a black frame. Now, if I click and drag, say from here and I let go before I reach the edge, that edge, or wrong tool, that'll do it. That edge will still be visible.
Yeah.
It'll be faint, but it'll be there. I'll be able to see a sort of a cutoff point. Now, of course, having said that, I can't see. Oh,
Hello, I'm back.
Laura.
Sorry about that.
Hi, Laura.
Hello.
I knew you were back because I could hear me. Let's see, that's okay. I'm going to oh, there we go. If you drag too far, that's it. So now the transparency only starts about here. So that's still partially opaque. So Laura, what we're looking at here is a tool called the gradient feather tool. It's underneath the gradient swatch tool, and you can click and drag on any object you want and make it partially transparent. So I'll clear the effect off this for a second. There's my image. If I click and drag with this in any direction I want, where I start it's opaque, where I let go, at that point it's 100% transparent. And that's real opacity. There's nothing there. I could put something behind that and you'd be able to see through. And the reason we got onto that was because I was showing how to do this. This is using one image on the back and the front cover of something. So, and then I just faded it to put some type over the top. So I'll backtrack on this as well. I'll just change that back to having no stroke. And then I'll change this back to, I'll clear the effects off it. Effects, clear effects, easy, there we go. So how I did this, well actually, hey, I'll do it again. I'll go to page 8, do this again. So I want to put an image so that it's half on the front, half on the back. And this is what you do. I've set this up, there's page 1, the bleed's running on 3 sides only. And I'm going to zoom out a bit and then import an image, Stonehenge, my old favorite, and then click and drag, make it pretty big. And then I'll zoom in a bit here so I can see the bleed that I need to extend it to. And just put it so it extends the bleed. Now at the bottom, I'm pretty close, but I'm not quite there. I'll hold down Command and Shift and drag too far. Now I can see the guide. So if I drag back out, it's easier to position to it. Then I'm going to get the selection tool and drag that handle to the edge of the page. Like that. Now this is a right-hand page. I'm going to copy this, go to page 8, paste in place, we'll put it here, because this is a left-hand page. So we'll put it where the right-hand page would be if this was a spread. Like that. Now I can grab that handle and pull to the bleed. And then I can grab this handle and pull to the edge of the page. And I've got half my image on the front cover and half my image on the back cover. And then all I did was just make a bit of bogus text, which I know is back there somewhere, but I can't see it, and I couldn't select it if I can't even see it, can I? And it's white type, so it won't help if I make this partially transparent. I still won't be able to see it. But if you know that one thing is underneath something else, this is what you do. You hold down the Command key and you click. And you click again. There. That's the object that's underneath. And now it's selected. I can drag it out if I want it or just leave it where it is. I'll get the type tool and click inside it and then say Command A. There's all my type. And for now, I'm going to change that to black type. Then I can select the image over the top. Gradient feather tool, click and drag. If you hold down the Shift key, that line stays horizontal. If you don't hold down the Shift key, It can be any angle that you start off with. And there's the result. Now I'm going to bring the text up to the top. So I have to Command click on it again. Command Shift right bracket brings it to the top. Select it all. Fill it with white. And give it a black stroke. Make it stand out a bit. Just sort of playing around with ideas a little bit. How was your meeting?
Yeah, it was good. It was an all staff huddle thing that they asked everyone to dial in for. So yeah, it was good. Just quite a lot of news.
All right.
All right.
Oh, there's me again.
I have a quick question about the color.
Yes.
Why do they call paper white instead of white? I mean, why do they call the white paper?
Good question. Best answer for that, new document. There's the white paper. If I double click on paper, now I can't delete it. The square brackets for all of these, I can't delete those. And the pen with a slash through it means I can't edit them, but this one I can edit. So I'll double click on it and I'll change it to yellow. And that's why they call it paper.
Ah, so you can change it to different color paper. Fine, I didn't realize. Oh, clever.
Now it wouldn't print. That wouldn't print yellow on your white paper. It wouldn't print. The intention is supposed to give you a little bit of a feel for how your job would look printed on yellow paper.
Right.
And it's absolutely useless.
Sure.
Because, let's say I make it strong yellow. Okay. Now I'm going to draw a cyan rectangle over the top of it. Now, if you printed a pale blue rectangle on top of thumpingly yellow paper, do you really think it would look like that? Of course it would. It would be green. And if instead of that, I put an image on there instead, where did that white come from? Printers don't print white. They allow the paper to show through. There's no ink or toner where that white is. So again, this is not telling me the truth of how it would look. The sky wouldn't be blue either, it would be green, so would the water. So it's not a really valid guide. And because of that, I never use it. So as far as I'm concerned, in swatches, paper stays white, and then it's useful to me. But that's what it's supposed to be for.
Right. Yeah.
Now, I thought of something a few minutes ago that, oh, that'll be good to cover. Can I think of it? Can I? Heck. It's here somewhere. Right. Well, while I'm waiting to have my memory jogged, I'll show you a couple of other things. We've got some other tools down here. So I'll draw another rectangle. I'll just make it default colors. There it is. There's the scissors tool. Now, if I hover over the edge of this with the scissors tool, it turns into a little crosshair. See that? And if I click, I just broke the line there. And if I click here, I've now got two separate objects. And I can grab that one and move it somewhere else. And that's what the scissors tool does. Let's try that on a filled object. So I'll draw a rectangle and I'll fill it with magenta. No, yellow. Scissors tool, click, click. That's interesting. So where I cut, it doesn't regard it as a line that should have a stroke along it. It's almost like a pot that's filled with water, except this one's upside down and this one's at a steep angle. Now, if I zoom in on the line ending, you might see something else slightly interesting. It's a square cutoff at the tip, which means that it's not quite right, is it? You really want that line to sort of go above the level of the yellow a little bit. Now, I could do that. If I go to the stroke window here, that is the current cap, the end of the line. Now, if I wanted, I could say, well, I want that, or I want that. Projecting cap or rounded cap. And the other thing I could do is just finish off the stroke. And to do that, I would need the pen tool. So I get the pen tool. And if I hover over this end, there's a little diagonal line, which means if you click now, you're going to join onto that end. And if I hover over this end, I get a little circle saying I'm about to create an enclosed shape. And that's what I've got. And the fill is now relevant relative to that line. So I can drag this anchor point and the fill will come with it. It's very easy to reconnect lines with the pen tool. I'll do a couple of pencil lines. Now they're separate. Now they're not even connected, but I could still connect them up using the pen tool. So if I just get the pen tool and hover over the end of this one, there's my diagonal. If I hover over here, there's a little square with a line through it. They're joined. There's the diagonal again, and here's the little circle. And that's now an enclosed shape, which I could fill with a color. Oh, you know, I should show Laura that image that's faded at both ends thing. So Felicity, I've already shown you this, of course. But Laura, this is potentially useful. If you brought in an image, such as, and I want to fade both ends of it. So if I get the gradient feather tool, it's easy enough to fade one end of it. But if I try and fade the other end of it, I lose the first. You can only do it once. So again, you need to do this edit copy, edit paste in place. Now I've got two. They've got stronger here because there's two layers of pixels. Now this is my top image. If I just grab that handle and drag it to there, roughly halfway, this is the image on the top, this is the image underneath. I'll drag this handle to about there. I'll turn off the effect on this one. Actually, I won't do it like this. I'll just drag this the other way. And there's the result. And it is two separate images, but they're copies of the same thing. So I can apply a gradient effect to each one of them. Do either of you need to know anything about interactive InDesign?
What do you mean by that?
If you wanted to build a PDF document with hyperlinks in it, things like that.
Possibly.
Yes.
Possibly. Yeah.
Okay, it's really easy. So I'll just show you that quickly. Okay, I'm going to just close this document. I don't really need that one. And nor that one. Probably don't need that either. I'm going to make a new document. I'm not going to bother with facing pages, and I'm going to do 3 pages. And on this page, I'll draw I'll just write rather the different kinds of link that you can have in InDesign. There's sort of some links which are pretty common, and they're the ones that you're most likely to want to do. So the first one is a page link. Then there's another one called a text anchor. And then there's a URL. Now you can also do things like email links, but basically these are the main ones that you might want to add in a PDF. For example, a page link might be, you know, I'm on this page, click here to go to this page. Or a text anchor would be, maybe you've got a table of contents and you click on chapter 3 and you go straight to the page that chapter 3 is on. That kind of thing. But of course, for a URL, if you clicked on that, you'd go somewhere else entirely. You wouldn't be in this document anymore, you'd be somewhere else online. So that's a different kind of link. I'll make all these a bit bigger so they're easier to see. So the page link is going to take me to page 3. So there I'm on page 3, and I'll just put a little text block here saying page link. That'll remind me I've got to the right place. And on page 2, I'm going to put a text anchor link. I won't have a page for the URL, of course, because we're somewhere else entirely for that. So, but I'll show you how to do it. So this is my source, and these 2 pages are my destinations. Now, if you want to point at a destination, you've got to have a destination to point at, which sounds ridiculously simple, but it's something a lot of people miss. They think, oh, let's form a link to something. Well, there's no thing to link to. You've got to have the thing to link to in order to create a link that points at it. So I've got to create the destinations before I can create the links. And just putting the text on a page doesn't do it. So first thing is I'll double click on page 3. That's going to be my page link. So I've got to identify this page as a destination. And you go to the window menu and you go down to interactive hyperlinks. Then you click on the options button. You can't choose a new hyperlink yet. You've got to create the destination. So new hyperlink destination. It probably knows that you're pointing at a page. Probably. If not, it might get it wrong. You can choose page from the list at the top. You see, those are the 3 main kinds of link. What page am I talking about? It's page 3. Page number 3. Zoom setting. Now I usually choose fit in window because if you're going back and forth using hyperlinks, once you've done one, your document fits in the window and it will keep fitting in the window. If you've ever opened a PDF in Adobe Acrobat, you might have discovered that quite often they'll open up, they'll be really big, and you've got to make them fit the page, fit the window, before they're really useful. Well, doing this will avoid that happening. As soon as you click on a link, the end result will fit in a window. So now I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to go to page 2 and highlight this text, because this one is a text anchor link. I'm not linking to the page, I'm linking to that text. Hyperlinks, options button, new hyperlink destination. Hey, it got it right again. That's amazing. Text anchor. Now that's just a copy of the text I've got highlighted. You can change that here if you want. It'll still relate to this. And I'll click OK. So now the destinations are set. Now we can create the hyperlinks. Now the silly thing is here, and I think this is an oversight that Adobe need to take care of, and I hope they will, is that the destinations don't show up in this window. And I think they should. Because if you are working on a document where you've got to put loads of destinations in, and you're halfway through and the document crashes, well, if you can open it back up again, you don't know how far you got. You don't know which destinations it logged and which ones it didn't. You've got to sort of go back through recreating them because there's nothing to show you how far it got. And eventually it'll say, oh, I don't have that one. And then you know that's where it crashed. So it would be handy if it listed them, but they don't. Anyway, I'll now go to page 1, and I'll highlight the words page link and click on the options button and say new hyperlink. And it's not a link to a URL, they got it wrong, it's a link to a page. Untitled 18, that happens to be the name of this document. Now you can, in fact, create links that go between documents. That's a whole different subject that I would get into maybe on a 4-day course. And the page I want to link to is page 3, and the zoom setting I want is fit in window. Now if I really wanted, I could choose a character style that's already here, and it's horrible. So if you remember early days on the internet, hyperlinks were always Times Roman, blue, and underlined. Well, this will do blue and underlined, but it'll work with it, whatever typeface you have. I don't really care for that a whole lot, so I'm going to just say don't change it, same style. And you can, if you want, put a visible rectangle around your link object. Don't. It's horrible. It's a little rectangle tight up against your text or whatever. It's just going to look nasty, so I'm not going to bother. So I'll just say OK. The hyperlinks do show up, and that's a link to a page. Now I'll do the text anchor. Highlight the text, options button, new hyperlink. It's not a link to a page, it's a link to a text anchor. There is only one, that's it. If there were more, they'd be listed. I don't want a character style, I don't want a visible rectangle. Now I could click accessibility and type something in here, alt text, and that's a really kind thing to do. Somebody who has some kind of physical disability, which means it's difficult for them to read text, maybe they're highly dyslexic or something. You can even have a text editor read the alt text to you. Or if there's some visual impairments you can't see very well, it'll tell you what's on the page. And you can have alt text in place of an image or in place of almost anything. So I could apply alt text to every interactive object I put on a page. And again,
presumably you would have to write the alternative text, would you?
Yeah.
Or yeah.
You don't have to write it before. You can type it right there, right then.
Okay. So that would be a brief description of it, or depending on who you were writing it for, I suppose.
Usually it's a brief description of what the object is and what it does.
Right.
And quite often, if I know that's going to be a requirement, and for many websites it is, I would have made a list of all the links I need to add and all the alt text that I need to add to them. And I'd have that sitting beside me, probably in a Word file, so that I can copy and paste as appropriate, and I don't have to keep it all in memory. I've got it all there to hand. Because the other thing about doing interactive stuff is it tends to be unbelievably repetitive. And unless you stay sharp, you will make mistakes. And you've only got to have one character wrong in a URL and it won't work, or it'll take you somewhere totally different. So it's really important with this stuff to stay sharp and stay focused, and it's so easy to drift. And especially if you're doing things like interactive buttons, where you've got, interactive means your cursor rolls over it and the appearance changes. You click on it and the appearance changes again. You've got to create all those separate appearances for every single button. And if there's text on the button, you've got to change it for the text separately. And it just gets really tiresome. And if your mind drifts, bang, you make a mistake, and it'll take you forever to figure out what the mistake was. So it really is worth staying sharp enough to get it right the first time. Lots of coffee. Anyway, that's a little icon for a text anchor. And now I'm going to do the URL. So if I click on the options button and say new hyperlink from URL, it immediately puts one in, but there's a big red blob. Now that's an indication of it's not happy. And the reason it's not happy is the letters URL are not a valid website address. So what I need to do is open this back up. I can double click. Now I can leave this as a URL here, but here I'm going to change it. So I'll say http://www.weavling.com. Oops, can't spell again, dear me. Wow, 2 mistakes in the one word. Okay, that's what it's going to link to. It'll still say link to URL on the page, but that's now where it's going to take us. Okay. Now, of course, I can't test it here. This is InDesign. I've got to make a PDF. So I'll make a PDF and I'll tell it to show this to me immediately in Adobe Acrobat. So File, Export, and I'll save it as link test, not a JPEG, it's interactive PDF. This one really is an interactive PDF. And I'll just put it in Intro Certitech Online. I'll put it there. Save. All the pages, view after exporting. There aren't any images, so that doesn't matter. I never change that anyway, and I certainly don't need to password protect this one. So I'll just click export. There it is. Now what should happen is my little hand icon should change to a pointing finger when it finds a link. So if I hover over page link, there's my pointing finger. Click. There's the page. Scroll back up. Text anchor. Click. And with a text anchor, it finds the line of text and it puts it at the top of the page. So if you're working with a table of contents, it'll go to the page and it'll put that line at the top of the page, which is quite nice. Whereas a page link puts the whole page in the frame. Back again, URL, and there it is again. And that was different page. There we go. I'll close that. I don't know if you saw that. Let's do that again. Click on URL. Oops, in the PDF mark. There, bang, straight in. So that worked pretty well. And that's just the very basics of interactive stuff. You can actually do a whole lot of interactive stuff with InDesign. It's very, very cool program. And you can do slideshows. You can put movies into InDesign. So you can add video. You can even add animation. It's not actually as good as it sounds. It's more like PowerPoint animation, but you can. It's really quite a versatile program, even in the interactive field, so it's quite useful. But that's a good start, how to do email links, sorry, how to do hyperlinks. If you wanted to do an email link, so let's say I just type email link. Okay, I want that to be a destination. What kind of destination do I want it to be? Well, I'm not quite sure. I want a new hyperlink destination that's going to be, well, which one of these? It's going to be a text anchor link. It's an email link. Okay. Now let's turn it into a hyperlink. New hyperlink. Email. Subject line. Now what this is doing is automatically creating the link to the address that I want to send it to. So here, I would need to type in the email address that I want to send it to. And in the code, it's going to create a little line of code saying, send to : email link, the email address. There's no space in any of that. And that's the code it's automatically creating. But the great thing here is you can put a subject line in as well. So when you get the email back, and of course, if there's no subject, it quite often, with quite a few email programs, it'll just dump it straight away in the trash and you'll never get to see it. So you can put in a subject line relevant to what you're trying to get feedback on and send it out. And that way you'll know exactly what it relates to when it comes back. So that's quite handy. So there you've got a bit of interactive stuff.
There's a button at the top of the page which says publish on, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that your next thing?
Well,
what is it?
It certainly can be. It is useful. It is useful. There are certain things that you cannot put into a PDF. Animation is one of them. But things like that you can't actually export them as a PDF. What you're supposed to do is either export them as an EPUB or export them as Flash. Now, who wants Flash? It's pretty much a format of the past. Unless you're on the BBC website, in which case it's still alive and well. But Flash is generally frowned upon because it's got big security holes in it. So if you put animation into a document and you want to export that and send it to people, you can't export it as a PDF, but you can export it using Publish Online. So what I'll do is create an animation, and then I'll show you how it exports. So here's a rectangle filled with a color. And I'm going to go to Window, Interactive, Animation. And I'm going to choose the animation I want to apply to it. Those are all the choices. So let's see. Gallop. That little butterfly is showing me what it's going to do. And that little green line is like the flight path. So it's just going to bounce up and down. And the event that's going to trigger it is on page load. Well, that's not going to help. I want something like on rollover self. Now it's got both, so I'm going to go back in and take off on page load. So now when my cursor rolls over this object, it's going to bounce up and down. How long is it going to do it for? 1 second. Let's make it 2. How many times is it going to do it? Just the once for the moment. Is it going to loop? Nah. And I could do other things like speed and properties, various properties, scale. I'll just keep it simple. But as I said, I cannot save this. I can't export this as a PDF. But what I can do is export it using Publish Online. So now I'll click on Publish Online. Now, there's a good side to this and a bad side to this. The good side is you can publish it online and everyone can see it. The bad side is you're going to have to send them a URL that says adobe.indesign at the beginning of the address. So everyone's going to know this is something to do with Adobe. That's not such a good idea, marketing-wise. Anyway, Publish Online. And it's a new document, and I'll just call it Untitled 18, and I won't bother with a description. It's a single page. Allow viewers to download the document as a PDF. That sounds exciting, doesn't it? It's a print PDF. No interactivity. That's not very exciting. So think about that before you say yes to it. If they want to see the animation, they've got to go online to see it. Publish. Then we'll get a window saying it's publishing it. It's uploading the document. Successfully uploaded. That's the URL, indesign.adobe.com. I could copy that and send it to people. If I want to see it, I could view it. And there it is. Now I set this to trigger on user rollover like this. How exciting. So, I mean, you can do some fun stuff with animation. That's a pretty boring example. You can do fairly fun stuff. But of course, the problem is this is an Adobe website address. So how do you get around that? And the way you get around that is you go to a new document and you Google for rebrandly.com. That's it, rebrandly.com. Now you can sign up for free, but basically you are going to have to pay for this. And you can put your brand on your links. Now there's another similar thing called tinyURL, and you can tell it the link you've got, and it will generate a much smaller abbreviated version, which won't contain the word Adobe, and you can send that to people instead. And you can also change the existing link to something with your name in it, and get that back as your link. Now that's make your link shorter, shorten URL. I could do that if I wanted. Now I don't think I copied that link. That was probably dumb of me. Let's close this again. And I'll go back and publish that online. Copy, there we go. So back to this website. There's my shorten URL. That's an invalid URL. Okay. Don't know why it's an invalid URL. Well, I don't think it's an invalid URL, but it says it is. It's already shortened. Well, I didn't see it. Anyway, you can put in the URL that it's using and tell it to give you a different URL with your name in the branding for it, and that's what you can send out to people, and then they'll go search for it under the name you've given them, not the name InDesign.adobe, which is much, much better. And that means that Publish Online is actually quite useful. So that's what it's for. Don't know if that successfully answers your question or not. Animation
Yes.
is a... Thank you.
Unmute myself.
Oh,
Sorry.
right. Okay. Well, you've managed. You've managed.
Yeah.
Okay. How about we take our next break now? Because we've missed another break. Well, Laura's had one, but we haven't. So if we take a 15-minute break now, and then come back at 3:20, and then go to 4 o'clock.
Great.
Sound okay?
Sound okay?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. Okay.
Cool.
Right.
Okay.
In that case, I'm going to stop recording and turn off my screen. Hi, you guys back again?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Now what I've got here is a document that you've got. It's in one of the folders you have sent, and it's called A4 Layouts. So it might be good if you open that. It's up to you. There's a few things in here. I decided some time ago that I needed to put some of the sort of special stuff into a document so I could go through it and say, do you want to learn how to do this? Do you need to know how to do that? And this is it. Well, this is it for the intro course. So on page 1, we've got a very basic layout. It's a 3-column format. Now the heading says using a 2 and a 3-column format on the same page. That actually is the wrong heading, but I'll show you how to do that if it's something that might be interesting. Page 2 is the same stuff, but if I press W, it's a better layout. I'll go back to page 1 again. You see, the differences aren't huge, but they make quite a difference to the layout. And all it is the text and the rectangle here, 2 separate objects, which means I could apply a gradient feather to this object without affecting the text, like that. And then I send it to the back, so it's behind the image. And that's basically what I've got on page 2. So it comes up a bit higher. And then I've added a drop cap to just that first paragraph. Now I know I mentioned how to do that. Let's do that again. So I think all of this text, let's find out, is basic paragraph. So basic paragraph drop cap is a duplicate of basic paragraph, but it's got a drop cap added. Now I would only want to add that to this paragraph, the first one. So it doesn't matter where I click inside it. As soon as I click on that, oh, okay, there's the first one. That's not what I wanted to add it. I want to add it here then. There we go. Now in all the other paragraphs, I'm actually going to add an indent, which I didn't do on page 2, but I think it would help. Might get rid of this widow as well. So I'll double click on basic paragraph, go to indents and spacing and say first line indent 4 mil. It didn't get rid of that window, but such is life. And that would be a very typical treatment of text in a book, for example. You had a drop cap on the first line in the chapter, first paragraph. You've got an indent in all the others. And the indent means you can see easily where a paragraph begins. Well, you can with a drop cap as well, but you imagine having drop caps right the way through your document. It would get a bit tedious, and probably a lot of them wouldn't work very well. Especially if you've got like a 2-line paragraph. How are you going to put a 3-line drop cap on a 2-line paragraph and have it work? It won't. So this works pretty well. Page 3, we did all this stuff yesterday making a table. So unless you particularly want me to go back over that, I wasn't planning on it. And that's one of those speak now or forever hold your peace moments.
I think for me, a lot of this is going to be looking at what your instructions are and just very, in my own time, trying to see how to make it work rather than repeatedly following you. I think what I have to remember is to not move my cursor away from something too soon so that I don't pick up whatever it is I'm supposed to be picking up.
Right.
If you see what I mean.
Well, I think you should.
I tend to click, and if something doesn't happen immediately, I get frustrated and don't think.
Are you one of those people who just starts clicking on stuff?
Probably. It's like, please don't give me a long, detailed list of instructions because, you know, if I have a camera, actually what I want to do is to start clicking rather than wading my way through a 3,000-word manual.
Absolutely. Well, table stuff is easy enough. It is in the notes. You'll get to it eventually, just reading the notes. But if you have problems, just email, let me know, and I'll figure it out with you. Okay. So as far as I'm concerned, Laura, unless you've got any specific questions about this page, I'll move on.
Yeah, that's fine to move on by me.
Okay.
Okay.
So this page.
So this page.
And Laura's still got her mic on.
Laura's still got her mic on.
Sorry.
Okay. So how did I get from here to here? So this is the rectangle and the text are two separate objects. That's actually a rectangle just made to extend it a bit. But in this one, the text has become part of that object. So, and that just covers up the edge. So I'll show you how I did this quickly and easily. It's fairly straightforward. At the moment, these are two separate objects. On this one, they're still two separate objects, but the text has been put over the top of the blue rectangle. On this one, the text is part of the rectangle. And let's put that on top. Where the text is, it's actually a hole. You can see through to what's underneath. So here they've been combined. Now there's different ways of combining things. I'm going to press W here for a second to get a bit of background area that I can work with. And I'm going to draw a rectangle, blue rectangle. No, it's not, but it will be. There we go. And I'll just duplicate that, I think. I can put that over the top of the text, but it's separate from, I can put the text over the top of the rectangle. They're two separate objects. But what I could do, if I highlight that and copy it, and then get the type tool and click inside this, I could go type like that. And there it is inside the rectangle. And if I use text frame options under object, I could move that down to occupy the position I want it to occupy. But I can't make that transparent right now. So there's another thing I would need to do to make it transparent. I'm going to make another blue rectangle, or another rectangle, I'll turn it blue. And there's my type. This time I'm going to make it a transparent hole inside the rectangle. The first thing you have to do is turn the type into an outline. So while it's selected with the selection tool, and you have to be a bit careful here because I could have it selected with the type tool, but then shortly afterwards it won't work in the same way. So make sure it's selected with the selection tool. Then you go type, create outlines. That is now just an outline. Now I'm going to put that over the top of this frame. Of course, it's gone underneath it. Put it on top. Select them both. And then go Object, Paths, Make Compound Path. And that became a hole. The idea here is that a compound path combines objects in a particular way. So if I've got two rectangles, I'll fill that with magenta, and I'll do another rectangle and I'll fill that with green. And I put the green rectangle over the top of the magenta rectangle and select them both. A compound path would say these combine into a single object, but two positives make a negative. So this will become a negative space. Object, paths, make compound path, and that's it. It's a hole. It's a single object with two outlines, an inside outline and an outside edge. But it's one object. So compound path turns it into one object, but it may do some funny stuff along the way. Now text is already a compound object. I mean, if I've got the word here, like I do here, let's just get another one. In a way, that's already a compound shape because This white blob in the middle of the letter R is a separate object filled with white that's been told to combine with the letter R. Now, if I turn that into outlines, oops, like so, now it's just a shape. But then I go and tell it to release the compound path that's holding it together. The hole in the middle of the R now shows up as a separate object, but in this case it's filled with black. I could fill it with whatever I want, and I could reposition it. And I could highlight that again, so well, I want to turn this back into a compound path. Object, paths, compound path, and it almost never works. And it didn't. So what I'd have to do instead, and this always does work, is Window, Object and Layout, Pathfinder, cut the top object away from the bottom object, bang. Oops, I need to do just that one. That one letter on its own, that one, there we go. And that's now become a hole in that letter, and you can see through to letter E behind it. So a compound path is a really useful thing to be able to make. And in this case, it's made a compound path between the blue rectangle and the object, the type object, and it's just turned the whole type object into a hole in the blue rectangle. But it maintained that little blip in the letter R. That's part of it. So that's how I would have created this one. Then to create a shadow, I've gone Object, Effects, Drop Shadow, but instead of allowing it to be offset, I've told it to, no, I don't want to be offset. I want that to be 0, and I want that to be 0. So that the shadow doesn't spread out in any one direction. And I can change the size of it as well. Make it a little bit bigger, say 1.5, like that. I've got a shadow around the outside edge of this, which is why I created this frame. And I'll just put that over the top of it, so it covers up the shadow around the edge, and that is my end result. And that's one of the ways you can do it. There's a lot of funny stuff you can do with type.
So have you put, no, I've lost this.
Sorry, I can't hear that.
No, it's fine. So is this instruction in the information that you've given us?
Let me think. There is some about putting images into text, which also covers some stuff about compound path. I can't remember specifically what the notes say about this particular process. There's something else. This is something you're sort of probably less likely to do. There's something coming up which you're probably really going to want to do. And I know it's not covered, but it's also fairly straightforward. So it won't be difficult to just make a note or two about it. You've already done part of it because it relates to creating a grid. And of course, there is a PDF on creating a grid, but it's just an extension of that uses a compound path. I'll show you that in a second. This one I just can't remember. Isn't that terrible? Age, what to do. Yeah. Anyway, let's go on. That one. So, Felicity, I showed you how to do this. Laura, you were off at your meeting when I showed Felicity this one. How do you do this? It's a corner option. So if I click on that rectangle, that yellow square activates the corners, turns them all into yellow diamonds if I click on it, like that. Now if I click and drag, all the corners become rounded. I'll undo that with Command Z. Oops. The other thing I could do with it is to choose a different shape for the corner. Now, so that's level 1. You actually click on the object and do it there in the document. This is level 2. You've got the object selected. You come up to here on the control bar. You can choose one of these corner options. Let's say bevel, and you can enlarge it, and it affects all 4 corners. That's level 2. I'll undo that. Level 3. Click on the object. This is, as far as I'm concerned, the best. Object, corner options. Normally these are linked. Unlink it. You've got the 4 different corners, and you can tell each corner what to be individually. So if I chose rounded for that one, and then increased it, and that's how you create this shape. Which of course then you can put text into. So I'll do that. I'll fill that with placeholder type. But then I'll use text frame options to push it away from the edge, all the way around. Now you see I've only got one inset value because that's no longer got 4 distinct corners. It's got 3 and a rounded corner. So as far as it's concerned, it's a shape, and you only get 1 offset value with shapes like so. Nevertheless, it's a really nice thing to be able to do. Another page. How do I do this? And how do I turn this into this? Let's do this first. It's actually really easy. You select the rectangle. You switch to the direct selection tool. You click and drag so that you only select the anchor points you're interested in moving. And then you tap on the arrow keys, or you do shift tap on the arrow keys. And you can do it like that. This is similar, it's a little trickier. I'll put this over the top of the object about like that, and then select them both, and then Pathfinder cut the top object away from the bottom object. That's part of the way there. But now I need to figure out a rectangle that's exactly this height, and in fact it was easier to do when I still had this available to me. Because with this object, I can immediately see what the height is, 53.5. So I could just draw another rectangle next to it, which is going to have no stroke and the same color fill. And then tell that to be 53.5 high. And now it is. Now if I've got smart guides on, I can pull this object over the top of this and it will snap into position in exactly the right point. So I'll just check. View, grids and guides. No, I don't. Okay, I'll turn on smart guides. Though they came from Adobe Illustrator and they're amazingly useful. So if I've got smart guides activated, you see that thin green line connecting the top of these 2 objects? That's smart guides. Smart guides will show you anytime you've got an alignment between 2 edges. And because it's interested in aligned edges, it allows you to position something right up against something else as if it's formed with a little sort of molecular attraction or magnetic field, something like that. Very easy. So with this object, I can drag it on top of the ellipse and look, it snaps into position right there. Now I could tell those to be one shape and then pull it onto this and then select them both and say cut the top shape away from the bottom shape, and that is how I got that shape. The Pathfinder options are very, very cool. There's some surprising other things in it. Look at convert shape. So how about if I've got, as before, I've got a rectangle, but what I really want is a triangle. Now I've got one. Or an ellipse, or a rounded cornered rectangle. Very powerful. Now the page that I really enjoy is the last one. So there's a grid. Now I already showed you how to make the grid. Are you guys okay with how to make the grid?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hold down Alt and Shift, you click and drag, then you create the grid, like so. Okay, so let's say I've got my grid. Here it is. They're all separate objects right now. But if I click and drag across all of them, I could tell them to become a compound shape. Object, paths, compound path. It's now one shape with many different outlines on it. But if I put a picture into that, Command D, the Albuquerque balloon race, there it is. One image tracks across the whole thing. And I could say object, fitting, fill frame proportionally, and that's the closest thing to a full image that I'll get. That is really useful. That's the kind of thing that just attracts people's eyes like you can't believe. And of course, if you wanted, you could choose to not include one of those squares. So if I just undo this a bit, so now I believe it's all, no, it's still a compound shape. I'll undo that. There we go. That's now all individual shapes again. So I'll select them all, and then I'll shift click on this one. And I'll say that's going to be a compound path. Then I'll put an image into it. Then I'll go object, fitting, fill frame proportionally. And if this was, much bigger than it is, then this shape, which I could fill with a different color, then I can put in the text. That's the name of my booklet. And if that wasn't big enough, I could enlarge it. So if I hold down Alt and Shift and drag, I can do that with it. And to make it stand out a bit better, I could give it a white outline that was maybe more than 1 point wide, like so. Many possibilities. Another cool possibility is this. I'll undo that again quite a bit. There we go. Now it's back to individual squares. And I'm going to create duplicates of some of these. So I'll do a duplicate of this one, a duplicate of this one. So I'm shift clicking and missing because I'm holding down the Enter key instead. So that's a mistake. Okay, so I've got these 4 squares copied. Well, they're not copied yet. Copy, paste in place, Control Shift Alt V, and then I'm going to nudge them out of the way, not drag them, because if I nudge them, I can nudge them back and they'll land in exactly the right spot. If I drag them, I'd never be able to get them back in exactly the right spot, but this way I can. I know that if I hold down the Shift key and tap on the other arrow, they'll move back gradually to the exact same location. Now I'm going to fill each one of these with a different color. And I'm going to assign a blending mode to each of them. So I'll select, I think I can do this all at once. Let's see. Object, Effects, Transparency. Now this is the only place in InDesign where you can assign a blending mode. And I'm going to give this a blending mode of hue, which is how I changed the color of the car earlier in Photoshop. Blending mode R, hue. Okay. Now there's no change in their appearance because they don't have anything to interact with yet. But as soon as they go over the top of something that has an object in it, they'll interact. So now I'll select all these, turn that into a compound path, fill it with an image, probably the Albuquerque balloon race, and then I'll fit it to the frame, object, fitting, fill frame proportionally. Okay. Now I'm going to move these back in. So I'll select them all, hold down the Shift key, tap on the left arrow key, and they'll gradually move back in. And that's the result. The colors are now changing the colors underneath. So in this square, which was green, every color in the image underneath it is becoming a shade of that green. That's how the hue blending mode works. I should have put something else. That's just changed the sky red. Not very exciting. Let's try and move this down a bit. Put it there. There we go. That changed the balloon red. Let's move this across a bit. Pretty good. It's not quite in line. That's close. So you can see it's changed the colors of everything behind it to shades of this blue. So that's how blending modes work. Blending modes they look great on screen. And if you export them for a website, PDF, you're going to put on a website, or an image you're going to put on a website, because you're using RGB color, great. But sometimes if you're making it into a CMYK PDF, it won't work. And there's just some, different stuff happens when the image becomes CMYK. And blending modes do silly stuff. They don't work properly. So what I've actually had to do, if I've got a document with something like this object in it, and I want the blending modes to work, I'll export the whole thing as a CMYK PDF. Then I find out this didn't work. And I'll go back into the document, and I'll export just that object as an RGB PDF. And then put that RGB PDF back into my document in the right place, and then export the whole thing as CMYK. And then 9 times out of 10 it works, which is really crazy. And I've never seen that in a book or heard of anyone else bothering to do it. Maybe it's just me being a dummy, but I've done it. And it seems to work, but it's strange. Anyway, there you go. I like that one. That's alarmingly useful. What do you think?
There's now so much my brain is going into rapid overload, but it is very cool.
Yeah, that's I've definitely run into that one before. I've never had anyone fall sideways onto their desk unconscious, but
no, I'm not going to do that. But
that's good. That's good. I have had somebody run out of the room clutching their head.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah, I've had that. I've had someone burst into tears, and I said, "What's the matter? What's up?" I can't remember.
To which the answer is join the club.
Yep.
That's what notes are for.
Absolutely. Thank goodness for Post-its. I should buy shares. Oh yeah. So there we go. Anyway, I think we're about done pretty much. Do you guys have any questions at all? Anything at all about, how this relates to your work or whatever?
I don't think so. I think there's a lot I need to take in, so I might have more questions once I've gone through some of it again, if that's
Right.
okay.
Right.
You mentioned that we could drop, was it John an email, and he would then pass on pass it on to you.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
email
Yeah,
Steve
just
back and
email
I'll
Yeah.
pass it on.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's
I
fine.
suppose I have a question about the recording and you know whether it's possible to get access to it so that we
Yes.
can actually rehear what you're saying and see
You
what you're
can
saying without
indeed.
necessarily bothering you, and how one might do that.
Well, it's all taken care of. In fact, what will happen, and what happened yesterday, is as soon as the course is done, I tell the recordings that I've made, and I've been very good this course, especially today. I think this is the first time ever that I've actually remembered to turn the record on at the beginning of every session. So we've got all of it. Then I render that recording because it has to turn it into an MP4. And then
Right.
I email that to John, and then he sends it to you.
Ooh, good.
So that's already going to happen.
That's
And
fantastic, because then we can watch you do it and stop it and just go
yes,
at our own pace.
exactly. And if,
Because I'm much happier learning visually than I am verbally.
yeah, me too. And I'm even more happy learning by doing it than visually. So, I mean, everyone's got the way that they like to learn the best. Some people get it from books, some people get it from videos. Some people have to sit down with a lump of clay and a potter's wheel and do it.
Yeah.
And hands-on, you know, I really like that. That's my particular approach. I like that. But yeah, with a movie, it's great. Not only can you pause it, you can turn down the volume so you don't have to listen to me. So there's many advantages.
It's been really, really good. Um, uh, there's so much stuff now that I think I can do much better that I was
Right.
doing badly, and things that I never imagined I would be able to do. I mean, it's opened my eyes to how much of Illustrator there is, and it's enough for me. I don't need to be able to draw exotic things. That's just not my talent, but there's enough in here. I certainly will try tracing with a pen. Might not necessarily be something as complex as R, but start off with. But yeah,
Great. Well,
it's really
that's
exciting.
really good to hear. Thank you. I mean, if there was any way of you being able to tell John that, that'd be even better, because he'd love it. And I really.
We'll certainly send. I mean, I would be surprised if they didn't send a sort of satisfaction survey round.
They usually do. Yeah. They usually
Yeah.
do. But that's great. So Laura,
Thank you.
I hope this has been useful for you too, and it's going to, you know, help you take this forward.
Yes, it certainly has. It's certainly been very helpful, and you've been very knowledgeable on all these things. I'm just sorry my mic causes such issues, which is why I've stayed mainly on mute.
Don't worry, it's been quite interesting to hear myself coming back. So that's fine. Well, I mean, if you've got any questions that you just happen to think of right now, great. And if not, then you'll get the recordings. You get to mull it over. You get to send in questions as they come up for months and months and months. And I really hope it works really well for you. And thank you both very much indeed. I've enjoyed it. And
I hope so.
Don't say that at the end of every course.
No, thank you very much. I don't have any questions right now, but I'll definitely be looking at those recordings.
Okay, very good. I'll set them as soon as we're done. So in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Great. Okay, well.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
It's been excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you both, and bye-bye.
Hope to talk again. Bye for now.
Okay. Bye.